Do 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 do. I got the dogs all in the room with me today. Got the dogs all in the room with me today. So you might hear some dogs. Right, dogs? It's just me and the dogs at home. I mean, the cats are here too, but. Oh, I can hear them. I can go hear them going, boof, boof. It's like, who are you barking at, girl? Hey everybody, how's it going? Yeah, we were talking about tuna fish just a minute ago here in the chat. Um, Something that happens in Japan is every year there's like a start of the tuna season, I guess. There's like the tuna season, and it's kind of like a symbolic gesture to see who bids the most for that first fish. So not every fish will sell for a ridiculous amount of money, but the bidders go nuts on that first fish. The highest amount ever was 3.1 million for a 612-pound fish. The tuna you get in a can is probably going to be skipjack, maybe albacore if you're feeling a little fancier. I don't really like albacore though, if I'm being honest. I find albacore is very dry. I'm not a big fan of albacore tuna, if I'm being honest. I prefer the less expensive. And then you got yellowfin tunas, which yellowfin tunas get pretty big. Like, look at the size of this yellowfin tuna. That's not even the biggest tuna. The biggest tuna is the bluefin tuna, and this thing can get up to 1,000 pounds. These are all yellowfins. Look at the size of those fish. A bluefin tuna. Look at the size of this honker. It's a big fish. Yeah, the sushi in Japan's on a whole other level. Like, if you're able to be right by the water, if you're able to be right there where the fish are, tuna can be like fish and salmon can just be so much better because it really is best fresh. I don't think you ever really see canned bluefin tuna because it's so expensive that they'll just sell all the rest of it for like, you know, tuna steaks, or they'll sell it to be turned into sashimi, or you know. I wonder if they do have canned bluefin tuna though. Like, that would be kind of funny. That would be kind of like using Wagyu beef for like ground beef tacos. You know, but they do it. They do They do make it. They do make canned bluefin tuna. I'm sure that this is just all the bits and scraps and pieces that are left over from all the other bits. How much does a can of bluefin tuna go in a can? This is in New Zealand? Yeah, you probably can't get this everywhere. You can get this in Maine, apparently. Well, that's America. $27? $27 for one can of canned bluefin tuna. So it does exist, it's just ridiculously expensive. Yeah, and it's sold out, so sucks to be me. They're out there catching those bad boys using a fishing pole. Part of why they're so expensive. You gotta send somebody out in a boat and be like, you know what I mean? But it's like a gigantic 1,000-pound fish. So, respect to the fishers of the world. Respect to those who fish. So that we can eat it. Thank you for your service. How are you feeling today? I heard that the most expensive sushi in most countries is still a lot worse than the most random cheap sushi in Japan. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It makes all the difference. You gotta think, whenever you're eating sushi in Chicago, you are over 1,000 miles from any ocean. Any fish that you eat as sushi had to travel over 1,000 miles of land. Yeah, I mean, they probably flew it in, sure. They probably brought it in via plane. Or they brought it in and it was frozen. Then they thawed it back out. I'm stuck at joy, is that a problem? Why would it be? Do you need to feel something else right now? I'm high? You? Never. Oh yeah, this is true. One of the things that people don't, like, if they don't know much about fish and how fish is processed, pretty much any fish you get is gonna have some type of like worms in it. Like salmon has a bunch of worms in it. This is why they freeze the fish in most cases. Helps to make it not so wormy. Yeah, I learned this not that long ago when someone was like, why are there worms in my salmon? And then someone's like, actually, salmon's always got worms in it. Feeling grief for those fishes. You know, if God didn't want me eating those fish, shouldn't have made them so tasty. I've had some good ass barbecue in Chicago. See, the thing about barbecue is you can make good barbecue anywhere. Like being confined to an imaginary boundary of geographic location you know, has no say whatsoever in the quality of the barbecue that you will be eating. The trick to barbecue is how much time do you have on your hands? Can you dedicate 20 hours to that brisket? You dedicate... How much seasonings are you willing to throw on that thing? How low and how slow are you willing to go? That's the name of the game in barbecue. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling pretty positive today. Got up and I slept in a little bit, but not too late. And I compensated for sleeping in by being more productive. So I folded laundry, I did the dishes, I tidied up a bit, did the litter boxes. No raccoons last night, unfortunately. We fear they may have been... They might be retreated for the winter. It's too bad. They had their winter coats on. Thought they would have come out. We'll see them in the spring, though. There'll be plenties. And whenever you go and you see them in the spring, that's when you get to see all the baby raccoons. Raccoons don't hibernate in a traditional sense. They go into a state of torpor. So basically, they might still sleep for weeks at a time, but it's not a technical hibernation. It's kind of more like what I do in the winter. They normally only do that when it gets real cold. But no, raccoons will stay active year-round. They're just typically less active, or they are active in different ways when it's cold. Like, you still might find raccoons trying to, like, sneak into your garage. I made chili yesterday. Chili turned out pretty good. Chili, very easy to make. Very easy to do. If you like chili and you don't know how to cook, chili is a great first thing to learn how to cook. Very easy. I did it in the crock pot even. I threw stuff in there, and then I sprinkled the seasoning pack in there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I chopped up an onion. Those the most technical component, the dicing of the onion. I had the hardest time falling asleep last night. What'd you try to help you fall asleep? What sort of techniques? Did you try to brute force it? Because that never really works. Like, I need to be asleep, I'm going to sleep. I don't care how tired I am or how ready I actually am for sleep. I'm sleeping, damn it. It doesn't really work. Can't really brute force sleep. Instead, we have to be crafty. We have to outsmart ourselves. Are you a beans and chili type person? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, gotta have the beans in the chili. Gotta have the beans in the chili. Unless I'm making like a chili con carne, which I don't really like just eating a bowl of chili con carne. That's just eating tomatoes and beef and spices, which I just feel like it's missing something. But that's a great sauce to put on top of like a chili dog. Put a crispy component. Oh yeah, I got Fritos. I like either that or the saltine crackers. But I got Fritos this time. I prefer Fritos to saltines. For some reason, my sleeping has been bad over the weekend too, and the usual tricks won't work. You know, it's never too late to try some new tricks. What I find to be helpful if I'm having a hard time sleeping is I will find a book, either to read or to listen to, and then I will just lay there as still as possible and just listen or read the book. Just the act of lying down helps to rest you physically. So you're still getting some sort of rest just by being in bed. You're getting that physical rest by just laying down. So sleep, that's rest for your brain. Sometimes you gotta settle your brain down a little bit before it'll fall asleep. And one of the things that I've found helpful to help my brain transition into sleep mode is to tell it a story. If you're finding noises keeping you up, I like to sleep with some white noise. We just have our, we have a little Alexa speaker in the bedroom and we have it play the sounds of falling rain. Puts me to sleep in no time. There's something about white noise that just really allows you to like whenever you try to just focus in on that sound of the static, and your brain will like try to make sense of it because your brain wants to find a pattern in it. But white noise really is just kind of erratic and random. So sometimes what you might notice if you just sit there and intentionally listen to white noise, your brain might just start making stuff up. It might start hearing other sounds. It might start, you know, finding imaginary rhythms that aren't actually there. I find it kind of cool. Once you realize what's happening, it is kind of weird, it is kind of freaky to think about, but it really is just interesting how our brains will try to make sense out of nonsense. To the point where it'll just make stuff up to help it make sense. I feel like that answers a lot of questions about why people do what they do. Alrighty, everybody. It's Sunday, December 8th. The holiday season is rapidly approaching. It's going to be here and gone before you know it. We're taking questions today. It's a Q&A kind of day. Q&A kind of day. If we have some time later, we might revisit an old presentation. We might do a recall episode. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Got a couple questions in the box already. So we'll see. We'll get started on those questions and we'll just see where it goes from there. Ghost hunters hear a lot of voices in the sound. Yeah, humans are like, and you could say this for a lot of animals, we are wired to recognize members of our own species. So we recognize human faces, and that's why we see human faces in things. It's an effect called pareidolia. Pareidolia. But we'll also hear human voices sometimes, or things will be like, was that a person? Was that a cough? Is that a... You know, we can pick out human sounds pretty clearly from other sounds. Pareidolia. The phenomenon of seeing faces in things that don't have faces. Because our brain is wired to see a face. Older coworker, she was just telling me that she's realizing how alone she is, and if she wants to do something, she just needs to do it. So she's gonna take herself out on a movie date. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you want to see a movie, just go see that movie. If you want to go out and try a restaurant, go out and try that restaurant. Go have an adventure. Go do a side quest. Go do a solo mission. Alrighty. Question time. Hello, I hope you're doing well. I am, thanks for asking. I wanted to ask, how do we determine the value or worth of something in our lives? The answer to that question is that it's entirely up to you. Things have meaning in your life because you assign meaning to them. And there are a number of reasons why we would assign meaning to something. Let's think about that for a minute. What are some reasons why something would be meaningful to you? Why would something be of significance in your life? What is it that makes something meaningful? I would say a part of it definitely has to do with the amount of emotionality that it creates within us. Eating a pretty boring sandwich, it doesn't really create much memory to you. It's not really that valuable or worthwhile because it's pretty forgettable, it's pretty bland. Now, the best sandwich that you've ever had, you might remember that for your entire life. So the emotionality of a thing, the amount of satisfaction we get from it, that can make it valuable to us. It could also be the negative impact that it has on us. Like, consider we had something that was very stressful, very traumatic. That could be something that's very impactful to us. Doesn't mean that we necessarily want it to be there, but it is nonetheless something significant. One of the most important things that I can think of is doing something that you like to do for no other reason than because you like to do it. That can be a really important thing to do. Just taking life and enjoying it for those moments. Now, what we want to make sure is that it's not interfering and negatively impacting the other areas of our life. As they say, you can't have too much of a good thing. So I would say that, the things that are value to us are the ones that really leave a lasting impact on us. For context, I've been a passionate League of Legends player for the past 2 years. I play every day for about 4 to 5 hours, and I absolutely love it. Whenever I start a match, all my stress, anxiety, and sadness seem to fade away, replaced by a laser focus on strategy and victory. It's exhilarating and quite addictive. What I want to point out here is that what you are looking for isn't actually the game itself. It's not actually anything special about League of Legends. It's what you're looking for here. You're looking for a relief from your stress, anxiety, and sadness. And you are also looking for an opportunity to engage in a focused activity, something that you can really hone in on, a sort of flow state. So in some ways, this is meaningful to you because it allows you to de-stress, it allows you to reduce your anxiety, it allows you to distract yourself from your sadness. It doesn't really do anything to fix your sadness, it's just kind of a stopgap measure, but sometimes those are valuable, sometimes those are necessary. So I would look at it less as, I need to game to be happy, and instead look at what is it about gaming that makes me happy? What is it about gaming that is, allows me to feel like I'm honing my skills? It allows me to perform at a high level. It allows me to really dial in and focus on something. And so it does have value, but we want to make sure that we're not overindulging. And this is why we gotta try to have a healthy balance in these types of situations. 4 to 5 hours, you gotta admit, that's a lot of time. That's a part-time job. If that's every day, that's about 30 hours a week. However, my family doesn't share my enthusiasm. And you can't really expect them to, because they're not gamers. They didn't grow up in a time where MOBAs existed. They've been critical of the time I spend playing, calling it a waste of time, and insisting I should focus on valuable activities like learning new skills, working, or pursuing more traditional goals. While I'm not a professional player yet, no one starts as a pro, right? I'm trying to work my way up and see where this journey takes me. I just want to say that in some ways, your parents and your family, they are correct. And I think you can see where they're coming from. I don't think they're coming from a place of wanting to hurt you. I feel like they're coming from a place of wanting to see you achieve your full potential. And I don't think that they see that your full potential is you hunched over a keyboard, yelling at your jungler. I want to just bring it back to something that I was talking about earlier. You're dealing with sadness, you're dealing with anxiety, you're dealing with stress, and playing a game allows you to forget those for a little bit. But what if we took more time to actually work on what was causing those problems instead of just forgetting those problems? That could be a better use of your time. And think about how that might actually cause you to enjoy playing games even more. Because part of what you might come to find is that when you've got these other lingering issues that you're needing to deal with, whether it be, chores or life responsibilities or self-reflection, there's always going to be that nagging voice in the back of your mind whenever you're playing a game. That thing that you're trying to run from, that thing you're trying not to think about. I found that one of the best ways to play a game is entirely guilt-free. You've got nothing else to do, nothing else you should or could be working on. You're not trying to run from anything, you're not trying to not think about anything, you're just enjoying yourself. Also, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from becoming a pro gamer. If you want to become a pro gamer, go for it, live your dream. But I do just want to say that the odds of becoming a pro gamer very low. Just considering the sheer number of people who play games. Also, I don't think being a pro gamer is all it's cracked up to be. You play and then you retire probably in your mid-20s because you've got carpal tunnel from all of the mouse and keyboard you've been doing. So it's probably not all it's cracked up to be. It does sound fun and exciting, I get that. But I just, like, we're starting to see the effects of it now. Like, there were pros playing League of Legends 10 years ago, and now we're seeing that, like, oh yeah, they can't really play the game anymore because their wrists are, like, permanently damaged. I think it's really great to use video games as a way to de-stress. It's one of the things that I like to do. But I just don't like to neglect other stuff that would better suit me in the long run if there aren't other things that I could be doing. Does anyone get harmed from controller gaming? I think controllers probably run less of a risk. Controllers are a little bit easier for your, like, long-term use. It's like, yeah, you might get some hand cramps and stuff, but, like, mouse and keyboard just aren't very ergonomic. You gotta think, there's millions of gamers. There are millions and millions of people who play games, and only a couple hundred of them get selected. Those are like NFL odds. That's like, you know, I like playing football, I should go out for the NFL. You know, we gotta just try to be, like, I'm not trying to ruin anybody's dreams. If you want to go for it, go for it. But just know that some savant 16-year-old who's just, like, unrealistically good at the game is just gonna come along one day and it's just gonna be like, it's just, they're in a league of their own. That just seems to be the trend within competitive online games. Just like, when after you hit that age of like 25, you're just like, you can't keep up with these, like, these Adderall-driven 16-year-olds who just have an unhuman reaction time. That said, these conversations with my family have me questioning things. How do we define what is valuable or worthwhile? Is it determined by productivity, financial gain, approval? Is it something more personal, tied to joy, growth, or the sense of fulfillment we find in what we do? I'd love to hear your perspective on this. You know what I would love to hear is your perspective on this. I think you have a knack for writing, and I think that maybe you should take some time to practice some writing. Has anyone ever told you that you have a knack for writing? A knack for philosophy? Just think about how satisfying of a use of your time that would be. Because here's the thing, it's your life. Do what you want to do with it. There is no perfect use of your time. You just gotta make your best guess. I played games for, like, hardcore. Like, I played games hardcore for, like, years. From the time I was probably, like, 13 up until the time where I was 30. I was a gamer, alright? I was a gamer. I still am a gamer. But what I recognized is all of that time spent at the computer, all of that time sitting in a chair at a mouse and keyboard, clicking on stuff, it's just like, what is this doing for me? All that I'm getting better at is clicking on things. I'm learning how to more quickly and more correctly click on the correct thing. And that's just, it just felt like, you know what, this isn't what I'm here to do. This isn't what I'm here to do. I'm not here to become a better clicker. Because that really is just kind of what it felt like after a point. Just like, gotta make sure I click on the right thing. And not the wrong thing. Gotta make sure I click quick enough. Gotta make sure I can move my mouse around and make sure I click on the right spot. And I feel like that's just not what I wanted to do with my skills. I wanted to practice new things. I wanted to learn how to do new stuff. Don't get me wrong, I still take time clicking. I'm still a clicker. But I think my views on it have definitely changed as I've gotten older. It's a time to spend time with friends. It's a time to, you know, laugh and have fun. And that's what it's all about. Yeah, a lot of young people are like really attracted to gaming, and a lot of young people really want to just like see where they can go with that, but it's like you gotta think the people who are at the top of the top, the people who actually do make it as a professional gamer, I'm like, are you ready to play a game for 12 hours every day? Are you ready to hate the game that you once loved? Because that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna become work for you. It's not gonna be fun anymore. It's gonna be work. It's gonna be ruined. That's why sometimes it's best to just keep our hobbies hobbies. Because when we make our hobbies work, it changes our relationship with the hobby. Is there something wrong with me if I live by myself, have no friends, no partner, just care about my money, my future, and minding your business? On the internet, there's so much talk about needing social life and balance, etc., but can I be happy without them? Yes, you can be happy without them. But it's not just about being happy without them. What's really important about having social dynamics is not just the happiness and the joy and the love that you feel by having those things, it's the encouragement of accountability. It's a reminder of a new perspective. You know, it's nice to have people around us so that they can weigh in on things, so that they can tell us what they think about something, so that we're not like just reinforcing our own bad habits. Because that's one of the things that can happen when you are only on your own, is you might end up reinforcing your bad habits because you've got no one around you to remind you of the alternatives. So yeah, happiness is possible, and I feel like being happy on your own is something really important to be able to do. Being alone without being lonely is a really important skill to have. But I feel like no matter how comfortable we are with being alone, inevitably we will find ourselves lonely. It might take years before we get there. But before you know it, You're buying items you don't need from the store just so that you can go up to the return counter and return something and have a conversation with the person who works at the counter. I knew a person like that when I worked at a customer service desk, and we handled the returns. And there was a person who, like clockwork, this would happen every few weeks. They would buy and return the same item. It was only about $2-3, so it wasn't even really a big deal. But they would buy it, and then the next day they would come back and return it. And then while they were there, they would want to make like small talk and stuff. And you could tell that they were just coming in and talking just because they wanted somebody to talk to. They were just feeling lonely. Having people around you helps you to achieve your full potential. It's like sometimes if you want to reach new heights in life, you have to have friends around you who can help to lift you up. Is it possible to lift yourself up? Absolutely. But having a little bit of help never hurts. So yeah, it absolutely is possible, and a lot of people do it that way. And if that's how you want to live your life, that's fine. You don't have to live your life up to other people's standards, but I'm happy to talk about the potential benefits. Even if it's just somebody to check up with, even if it's just somebody to, make small talk. Living all alone gives you the opportunity to live exactly how you want to, but part of the sadness that comes from that is that you have no one to share that with. You might be able to craft this perfect life from yourself. You may be able to paint this perfect picture, but you've got nobody to show it to. I'm feeling dismay. No, it's December. It's not May yet. May is in 5 months. Can you be happy absolutely alone? Yeah, like if you spend long enough on a desert island, eventually you're gonna start talking to a volleyball. Like, we have the opportunity to live completely alone. Like, the rise of technology and innovation and, the amount of, like, accessible food and, electricity, all of these things afford us the opportunity to live completely and utterly alone should we choose to. Even though you're not choosing to interact with people, you're still depending on people. Unless you want to go live out in the middle of the woods. Am I alone if I'm listening to this stream and occasionally chatting? No. Are you alone when you're on the phone? No. Engaging with people in some way is significant. You don't have to be in smell range of a person to actually have a meaningful interaction with them. I interact with hundreds of people daily, and after that I go home and just enjoy the silence. That's valid. You know, I have friends who also work in retail, and yeah, it's like after that, you're just like, my social tank is empty. Physical intimacy is nice to have now and then. Maybe I just speak for myself. People might tell you that they don't like a hug, but I think that they're lying. Everybody likes a hug. Unless you're just dead set on going against your mammalian instincts. You're biologically wired to like being hugged. It releases feel-good chemicals in your brain. A sustained hug. I gathered and threw away some trash. Hell yeah, fuck that trash. I think what I'm left questioning is, can you be happy and lonely at the same time? I think so. I think that is possible. But I feel like that need to connect with other people is still going to be there, and it's still going to manifest in other ways. Maybe you'll find yourself watching more movies and connecting more with the characters. Maybe you'll find yourself reading more books and becoming more entangled with the characters and the stories. Because there really just is a part of us that wants to feel connected to the people that we inhabit this world with. You know? Like I said, what's the point of painting the most perfect picture if you've got no one to show it to? I feel like nobody likes me and I'm being ignored by everyone. And before you say it's probably in my head, it's literally happening. Everyone is just not interested in talking to me, even after I texted them a few times now and asked to hang out, and I've been feeling lonely for a while now. Am I annoying? I feel like I could be. Even when I talk here in chat, it feels like I'm unwanted. I'm sorry for this. How can I stop being annoying? Alright, well, first off, you said the forbidden word. I'm not doing this because I'm annoyed with you. I'm doing it because it's the rules. No apologies necessary. I just want to have you consider something for a moment. I don't think that you're annoying. I don't think that you're an annoying person. But I just want to, and I'm not saying that this is something that you do, but I've met people who were like this, and it's just like, I just really want to just like grab them by the shoulders and just like give them a little shake and be like, snap out of it, knock it off. Because sometimes what people will do is they will really need reassurance from other people, and they will insist upon that reassurance. It's like maybe we have an insecurity, and the way that we feel secure is to receive reassurance from the person that we're talking to. Are you sure that I'm not bothering you? Are you sure that I'm not being annoying? Just like you're continuously asking that question for reassurance. And it's not that you were annoying, but your continued need for reassurance is kind of annoying. And so it's not that you're an annoying person, it's just the way that you are carrying on this conversation might be. So I'm not going to say that you are an annoying person, And I'm not trying to label you as such, and I feel like you shouldn't label yourself as such either. Also, we just don't need to use these definitive, sweeping statements. Everyone thinks I'm annoying. Everyone is not. Like, no, you have not even met 1% of all of the people that exist. You have not even met 0.001% of the people. So you can't say everyone. That's not really factual or true. Read your messages back to yourself. Read your message back to yourself. Flip it around. Just, if you feel like maybe I'm coming on too strong, maybe I'm pushing people away because I'm a little too excited, it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, but if we are doing that, and I'm not saying that you are, I'm just giving out possibilities. Like, maybe we're just a little too eager, a little too excited, and we come on a little too strong, and people might not be used to that. They just might not feel accustomed to that. You gotta remember, we're in a loneliness epidemic. We're in a loneliness epidemic. People are lonelier than they've ever been in the history of humankind. We are more connected, but also more estranged from one another than we have ever been. And it's this baffling paradox. You know what's a good way to make people like you? Do things or ask questions or say stuff that makes them feel like you like them. You know, give more compliments, ask more questions, show interest. And do it without an expectation that people do that in return. If you do that, then it will come back your way. But if there's this like expectancy of reciprocation, then sometimes people will be off-put by that. So I don't think you're annoying. I think you should keep chatting here. You're a welcome addition. But if you really do feel like I need to tweak my approach, and that's a fair thing to do, you know, none of us can expect ourselves to be perfect. And sometimes if we feel like maybe I'm just not doing this the right way, I need to actually go back and look at it. You know, go back and read your messages. Go back and, you know, just be like, is there anything off about this? Or, you know, and if you can't find anything, plug it into ChatGPT. Have ChatGPT analyze your language. Like, ChatGPT, what do you think of this? Is this a good way to send this message, or should I modify my approach? Believe me, I can be annoying as hell. I believe that many of us believe that we are the most annoying person in our life. While it's true that we will find other people that we do find insufferably annoying, I feel like many of us can't help but escape that belief that we are also annoying. And you gotta remember that one person's interesting is another person's annoying. Like when I was watching the streamer awards last night, and there's just a lot of like content creators where it's just like, I find this to be annoying. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's not my thing. And to many of them, they would probably find me annoying, so it's not like... It's not about, you know... It's not about being liked by everybody. It's not about being accepted by everybody. That's just not gonna happen. What you want to do is you want to find somebody who's a complementary flavor of weird. So, don't give up. Keep trying, otherwise I will be annoyed. Otherwise that will be annoying. If you don't want to be annoying, keep trying, keep working on it. That is less annoying to me. Nothing more annoying than a quitter to me. It's a scream fest. You know, I feel like this is just like an older person thing, but you get to a certain age and you're just like, I don't really want to listen to people scream anymore. So I can't quit being annoying. No. You're always going to be annoying to someone. Someone is always going to find you annoying. But that doesn't mean that you are an annoying person. There are people out there who think I'm annoying. There are people out there who think things that I find interesting are annoying. There are people out there that I would find annoying that don't see themselves as annoying. So I think you're better spent to just really double down on your search to find somebody who you really resonate with. The only one I like or knew was Pirate Software of the Streamer Awards. A friend of the show, Cartoon Therapy, he won the Hidden Gem. Annoying people get things done. Yep. Which is why in some situations we shouldn't mind being annoying. Like, consider that you are trying to like motivate somebody to like do something that needs to be done. Sometimes you gotta annoy them a little bit to motivate them. really happy Cartoon Therapy won. He's a good guy. Makes some great content. He's got Riz. Casey's still not back yet. She left this morning to go help with her grandma. Casey's grandmother was getting discharged from the nursing home that she was staying at temporarily. So they're gonna see if they can get her settled back in at home. So we'll see what happens. She's just been like leaving. She's just been like walking out of the house. So hopefully they're able to find a way to keep her at home. So yeah, that's what we've been dealing with this holiday season. I saw the news a confused grandma just left and went missing and they had to track her down with a dog. That's something that can happen. Sometimes when people become older and they start to lose control of their mental faculties, they might just, you know, get up and leave. They might just get up and start walking. Yeah, we might have to put an air tag on her. Yeah, she's also been having some rapidly onsetting mental symptoms. There's like these religious delusions. Also, apparently, she keeps telling people that I'm there and I keep showing up. Like she was talking to Casey at the nursing home and Casey was like, well, hey, Josh says hi. And she was like, oh, I know. He was here all last night. He was keeping me up. He was cracking me up. So Grandma loves me. I don't even have to go. I don't even have to be there. I'm already there, apparently. I'm just there in spirit. Ghost Josh funnier than real Josh? Probably. Ghost me is probably hysterical. So yeah, I'm interested to see what Casey says when she gets back. So that's kind of just been on my mind. Hoping that everything's going alright with her. How long do you think you'd survive in a zombie apocalypse? Not only would I survive in a zombie apocalypse, I would thrive in a zombie apocalypse. I feel like a zombie apocalypse is something that I've been mentally preparing myself for my entire life. I've got a lot of hours in Project Zomboid. I've been training. I've read the Zombie Survival Guide. I even met the author. He signed my copy of the book. I have less than 24 hours of food in my apartment. I wouldn't last a day. In your apartment? I mean, technically, you could last many days in your apartment if you had water. But you probably wouldn't want to stay there for very long. If you don't eat, you're going to get weak, and then it's going to be even harder to get out and find food. How many days then? I feel like I would be the mayor of a post-apocalyptic town surviving in Zombieland. That's what I think. Either that or I would get shit luck and, like, something would happen and I would... Because that's also an option. That can also happen, you know. I always look under the cars. You gotta watch out for the crawlers. You gotta watch out for the tall grass. You gotta watch out for the bathrooms. You know, those dark corners and alleyways. You gotta be mindful of that kind of stuff. You never know who's lurking. Walmart would be a good place to hijack. No, I'm going out to the country. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out to the country, and then I'm gonna go find some small town grocery stores. I'm gonna go find some farmers, you know, who have like stores of dried food and dried goods, and we're gonna be doing well. The sooner we can start a sustainable living arrangement, the better. Then we can just hunker down and send out scouting parties. Gotta go out to the cold to slow them down. Going out into the cold is a good option, but going to the woods is also a good option. You gotta think that if you're out there amongst the trees and the rocks and the water, it's like there's a lot of land breaks. You can really like whenever I'm in Project Zomboid and I'm getting caught in a horde of zombies, what I like to do is I make a big circle around them and then I double back through the woods, because you're only going to run into like one or two at a time because the rest are going to get split up in all the trees. See, I've already thought all this through. We need weapons though against zombies. Ideally something on a pole, something on a stick. You know, like a spear is a good weapon. If you can use a spear, you could also use a shovel. A shovel's not a bad weapon. The tried and true machete. Island is a good idea too. Island is also a good idea. But no, I think the strategy really is just like get out to some farmland. You're gonna have people who have accesses to like fences and barbed wire and, you know, farming equipment and seed and grain and, you know, non-perishable foods. They're gonna have like stuff that's jarred and canned, and that's the way to do it. That's the way to survive. You could go out there and live the rest of your life and maybe not even see many zombies. I wouldn't trust the average American to be cooperative, though. As long as you're willing to throw hands in on some hard work, they will cooperate with you. That's how they do it out in the country. They don't really care where you're from or what you believe in, but are you willing to help me lift this thing? Are you willing to help me till this field, chop this wood? If so, all hands on deck. Engineers on our team. That's why you need friends who are engineers. That's why you need friends who are engineers or pharmacists or chemists or farmers, carpenters. This is why you need friends who know how to do that kind of stuff. That's why I'm not friends with a lot of Twitch streamers. If I have to survive in an apocalypse, what am I going to do with a bunch of Twitch streamers? We're going to make content. We're going to farm drama. Are you a prepper? I have my aunt had a bucket of that Costco survival food. Her coworker gave it to her because she's got a coworker who's like a doomsday conspiracy theorist type person, and she's like, "Here, you gotta have one of these." And my aunt was like, "What do I do with this?" And I'm like, "I'll take it off your hands. I'll take it hiking. I'll dried food. I can throw it in my backpack, and we can take it out on a hike." Used to work for a company that makes prepper rations. Oh, no way. I think that a lot of the preppers take things very seriously and they do it in a very extreme way. And it's like, you know what? They probably will survive, but they're also probably so mental that they probably will just like I don't know if they will be mentally prepared to survive the apocalypse. They're just so wound up. Yeah, I got the Costco survival bucket, and I watched a video that was a review of all of the products in the Costco bucket, and the person who was tasting the food said they were all pretty good. Selling food, you're selling survival. Yeah, that's how you make the sale. I'm gonna have a hard time selling somebody a shit sandwich, but if I'm gonna convince them that, hey, you might need this shit sandwich one day, it might be the difference between life and death, they'd be like, here's my money. It's kind of like how people sell insurance as well. Just like, well, what could happen? You know, you got to think about that. What if something terrible? You know, it's like, well, yeah, you're right. Let's capitalize on that anxiety. My plan for the apocalypse is I'll wing it. I'll figure it out. I'm a smart cookie. I'll figure something out. Yeah, the bunkers though, it's like if there's a nuclear event and like all life on Earth is taken out and the only way to live is in a bunker, I'm like, take me out in the firestorm. Like, take me out in the firestorm, brother. Just like, I don't want to live in a bunker the rest of my life. I don't want to live in there watching reruns of Will Ferrell movies. Eating dried food. I'm good. Like, evaporate me. That's the way I see it. I'm like, if there's like a super volcano blows up, nuclear holocaust, I'm like, just cook me. That's fine. I don't need to live in a bunker for the next 20, 30 years. To do what? Go crazy? Just slowly go mad? Anyway. Do you think you would become the kind of person currently you would hate in an apocalypse? I wouldn't like what the apocalypse would bring out of me. And I don't think anybody should like what the apocalypse would bring out of them. That's when things might get really nasty. You might have to do some stuff that you just really aren't comfortable with doing for the sake of survival. I'd rather be alive and not die. Fuck it. Alright, remember that. Remember that. If you're ever feeling down on yourself, just remember, I'd rather be alive and not die. Fuck it. If you ever have a suicidal thought in your brain, tell it that. Remind it of that. Not fair. Sorry, no backsies. Haha, I just got you to admit that you actually want to live your life. Then you're like, Would you pull a Walking Dead and just go from settlement to settlement, robbing them and getting everyone killed? No, I would start a settlement. I feel like I have good diplomacy skills. I feel like I have a can-do attitude, and I feel like I'm a real go-getter, and I feel like I could do a lot of good governance in an apocalyptic scenario. It's like, let's get some walls around this bad boy. Let's get those crops planted. All right, who's got the solar panels? Because we're having movie night. All right, who's on wall duty? You gotta send people around the wall with pointy sticks to just go around and go, poke at the zombies. Yeah. I think the topic of preppers and prepping in general is so interesting. You know, maybe we could do a slideshow on it sometime. Maybe we could do a presentation where we talk about why people are doomsday preppers. It really is just an activity for you to manage your anxiety. You know? It's like, what if I imagined the worst case scenario and then instead of You know, what if I imagine the worst case scenario, but instead of imagining any other alternative scenarios, we just went all in on the worst case scenario? I imagine the worst case because it happens sometimes, which is why you should also imagine the best case because it also happens sometimes. It appeals to so many different types of people who have maybe had food insecurity or other hardships. Oh yeah, that's an interesting aspect of it for sure. You gotta think, it's like, what would drive a person to be a doomsday prepper? What would be, what are the conditions that a person could experience in their life that makes them more likely to fear the end of the world and feel like they need to prepare for it? Now, the thing about zombies is like, if they're slow walking zombies, I'm like, that's much more doable. If these motherfuckers can run, like, ugh, I'm probably fucked. If I'm being honest, like running zombies, I'm like, oh my god, that would be terrible. If the zombies can walk, hell, they can even speed walk. Like, they can really, like, shuffle. But if they're running at me, like, I'm fucked. Like, I need zombies that I can outwalk. You know what I mean? Like, I need zombies that I can, like... If I'm getting, like... If this is, like, a 28 days later scenario and these dudes are sprinting at me, I'm like, I'm boned, alright? Like, game over. Just a lot more sense of urgency, a lot more Ponzi pits on the commune, a lot more trip hazards. You know, we're gonna have to run some razor wire. Like, don't get me wrong, I could survive in a world where there are running zombies, but that really ramps up the difficulty. If we're being honest, that like walking zombies is kind of like, that's kind of like, unless you get outnumbered or you find yourself cornered, it's like, yeah, that sucks. But like running zombies, like, ugh, terrible. I feel like I could manage it though. It would just be much more difficult. It'd be high diff, but still possible. You just need to put something that's like a foot high and string it between the trees so that when the zombies come running in, they go and they trip over. Or just dig a big pit. Dig a moat. The only problem there is, what if so many zombies fill the moat that they're able to just run over? I don't like to think about it. I don't... Ooh. That's why I said on an island. God, I hope they can't swim. I hope there's also not a shallow enough, like, incline up onto the island where they're able to, like, walk up. Like, if that's the case, let's get out onto an oil rig. Alright, let's get back to the questions. Do you have any tips for someone going into their master's for social work? Or just psychology in general? Did a lot of what you learned from your bachelor's apply to what you learned in your master's, or was it a bunch of new information? These are some fun questions. I'm going to start at the beginning. Any tips for someone going to their master's for social work? Going into your master's for social work is a smart idea, especially if you want to become a therapist, because it's a quicker way to become a therapist in many states. Many therapists that I knew practiced at the MSW level, which is a Master's of Social Work, and you could be a fully licensed therapist with an MSW. To get a master's in like psychology or counseling psychology, that would make you more of like an LPC, which is a licensed professional counselor, which generally just means more school, more study about the nature of, psychology. And you're talking about, you might do some statistics, some research methods, psych history, theories of counseling. I'm not really sure what they cover in an MSW program. I didn't do an MSW program, but I knew people who did. And a lot of the people that I knew said that the MSW program was a lot shorter as well. So it's also, if you're looking to get out there and get working sooner, an MSW program might be the right call. As far as the differences, like a psychology program will be longer, and you're also going to take more classes that really get into like just different concepts and theories within psychology. So if you find that kind of stuff interesting. Did a lot of what I learned from my bachelor's apply to what I learned in my master's? I would say that the bachelor's level was a much more surface level understanding of a number of topics. And then in the master's program, you're still covering a lot of those same topics, but you go much deeper into those different topics. Now, there were new topics that we also discussed, but I would say a lot of what we talked about was stuff that I was already at least somewhat familiar with, just not really to the level of depth that you would see in a master's program. So, for example, in my undergrad, I took a class called Abnormal Psychology, and we learned about all of the different types of mental diagnosis. We worked through the DSM, and we talked about all of the different, disorders and all of that stuff. And then I took it again in my master's program, but this time instead of having a textbook, the textbook was the DSM. So instead of having a textbook that's about mental disorders, the textbook was the DSM. And so we got really in depth into like the nuance and the specificity and the different ways that disorders can manifest, the different types of symptoms, the different types of, realms of those disorders, the different clusters, the different categories. We also took a class, there were classes on how to administer psychological tests. We took a class on how to give IQ tests or other types of assessments, like personality assessments. How does the DSM work? I'll answer that question here in just a minute. I'd be happy to tell you. It's a diagnostic manual, which means if you have a person... I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so eager to answer that question, but I want to answer this question first. Just don't let me forget. I'll get right back to it. So, in a master's program, you do learn a lot of new stuff, but you also revisit a lot of stuff that you already learned about, but you learn about it in a much more fleshed out way. I would say that I definitely learned a lot in my master's program. So to answer your question, how does the DSM work? Let's pull up the DSM real quick. They got the whole book here. They got the whole book here on the internet. All 900 something pages of it. This is a DSM-5. There's a slightly newer one, I'm pretty sure. I feel like they have the DSM-5 TR, which just means text revision. Every once in like they did that with the DSM-4 as well. They went back and they just tweaked a few things, worded a few things differently, made some small changes. But for the most part, it's still the same. Sometimes they just go in and tweak stuff every once in a while. We're also talking about potentially moving away from this model altogether because the DSM is kind of a flawed way of doing it. What a lot of researchers and doctors are much more keen to these days is a hierarchical approach based on the symptoms that a person expresses, rather than having you meet certain criteria for a disorder. It's just about, what are your symptoms and what is the severity of those symptoms, which I think makes much more sense. So anyway, let's pick a random page. Let's pick a random page here and let's see what we get. A specific phobia. This is what we turn to. A specific phobia. So this is how the DSM works. Let's say that somebody came into an office for an intake assessment and they were here to get a diagnosis. They are seeking mental health care treatment and they are here for a diagnosis because you can't get your insurance to cover your treatment unless you have a diagnosis, and also that diagnosis has to be covered under your insurance because not every diagnosis is covered under insurance. Anyway, let's say you're here to get a diagnosis. What happens during the intake is you're going to be asked questions that can kind of give us some insight into what it is that you're dealing with. And then let's say that I have a good idea of what it is that you're dealing with. Based on the symptoms that you're describing to me, I feel like a certain diagnosis might be a good fit. What I would then try to do is determine if you meet those criteria. There are criteria, and you have to meet a certain number of these criteria. You don't have to meet all of the criteria for a disorder. You just have to meet a certain number of them. So for separation anxiety disorder, for example, you have to meet 3 of the following, and then there are 8 things. So you have to have 3 of the 8 for that disorder. The number varies depending on the disorder that you're dealing with. Sometimes it's 5 of 9, sometimes it's 3 of 8, sometimes it's 4. And how do they determine that? Now, if you wonder, well, how do they determine that? How many of these symptoms are important? See, now you're starting to see the flaws of the DSM model. You can have 2 people who have the same exact disorder, but they have completely different symptoms. Since this one is, you have to have 3 of 8, you could have 2 different people that each have 3 entirely different symptoms, and it could be the same disorder. And that's why the DSM is kind of a faulty model, is because there's so much overlap, and there's so many different ways that people can have the same disorder but present entirely differently. And you might treat those people or people in an entirely different way, but maybe their insurance only covers a certain type of treatment or a certain number of sessions for that specific diagnosis. And so even though their symptoms are what they are, they might not overlap with the type of symptoms that you would traditionally be able to treat in that way. Anyway. So if you came into an intake office and, we're talking about PTSD, there are different diagnostic criteria for adults and for children under 6. If the child is under 6, you use an entirely different set of symptoms. So for post-traumatic stress disorder, this is an interesting one for how they diagnose it, because first off, hold on, can I move around on this page? Yes, there we go. For a post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis, you have to have an exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. You either had to directly experience the event, you had to witness in person the event, you had to learn that the event occurred to a close family member or close friend. In cases of actual or threatened death of a family member or friend, the events must have been violent or accidental. And you also have to be experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to experience repeated or extreme exposure to aversive details of the traumatic events, such as first responders collecting human remains, police officers repeatedly exposed to details of child abuse. So, according to the DSM-5, in order to be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, you have to have trauma, and it has to fit that type of trauma. That has to be how the trauma played out. What we're learning now is that trauma and pain are much more subjective than that. If you do a second intake evaluation, should you go to a different office or business? It depends. If they have more than one person that does intakes, a lot of places only have a couple people who do intakes, and some of them only do it on like a per diem, meaning like they only come in when there's intakes scheduled. They're not just there every day. Do you think there have ever been cases that psychologists have recommended diagnoses to most benefit from someone's healthcare, not necessarily incorrectly diagnosing, but kind of bending the flaws that you're speaking to? Yes. Yes. This does happen because some diagnoses are covered by insurance and other diagnoses are not covered by insurance. So if there's someone in your office and you're only getting paid if they meet the certain types of diagnoses that will get paid, maybe you'll bend it a little bit. Maybe you'll bend it a little bit to make sure it fits. Because you don't want, but not just because you want to get paid, you also want to help this person. It's not just because you want to get paid, it's also because you're trying to help this person. I've worked with people who weren't able to get support and treatment because they had the wrong diagnosis, and then I had to fight to get them a correct diagnosis. Because it would be really awful if somebody who really needs help couldn't get help because it's like, well, they have almost enough symptoms of a certain diagnosis, but maybe they're more akin to like this diagnosis, and that diagnosis doesn't cover, by their insurance. So that's another big part of it. Like, health insurance really messes up this system too.
Like between BPD or PTSD, I think they have a fair amount of overlap, not sure, but like say you were leaning towards a BPD diagnosis, but only PTSD was covered. Also, in most cases with a person with BPD, that's a diagnosis that might take years to get, because that's a diagnosis that you need to establish like a pattern of behaviors over a long period of time, and sometimes that's something you can't diagnose until you've actually known this person for a long time, or until they have an established medical record of like many years. And so a lot of people would diagnose something like PTSD from the get-go because that's easier to diagnose as something that's like, okay, I can tell today that that is probably something you're dealing with. But it's like if they don't have a big enough, frame of reference, they wouldn't be able to diagnose something like that. Hey, how'd it go?
Good. She's at a really good baseline. It's so perplexing because, like, a week ago I was like, okay, maybe she does have dementia and I need to start accepting that. But today, it's like she's acting like pretty normal. And I'm like, maybe it was just a psychosis that she needed help for. Maybe it was just a bunch of underlying things. Like, I don't know. But she wanted you to have these.
For
These are
me,
these are mini angel food cake pans that were her and her sister Karma's.
mini angel food cake. I'll have to bake her a little cake.
Right. She said they were her and Karma's, so they have to be like 70 years
Oh yeah, those go
old.
back. Well, thank you. Going back to what we were talking about, um, yeah, pretty much anybody who has BPD has trauma because you don't really just manifest BPD out of nothingness. BPD is very often the result of long standing trauma. But for somebody with that diagnosis, it's like you might start off with a PTSD diagnosis, and then after they've been in treatment for a while and you're actually able to start to see some of those behavioral patterns that you would in a BPD diagnosis, that's when you could be like, okay, maybe we should reopen this. Maybe we should look into this. There are different terms that they use to describe this. Like they'll say you could use like a differential diagnosis, meaning like this is the diagnosis we're going to give them for now while we're working to rule out a different diagnosis. Like sometimes if like you're dealing with somebody and they're dealing with symptoms of psychosis, for example, it's like you don't want to immediately diagnose them with schizophrenia. You might diagnose them as being in a brief psychotic episode, or maybe they've been doing this but it's only been for a couple weeks, or it's only been for a couple months. Schizophreniform disorder. But then after it's been a year, that's like, okay, well now we can say that this is probably schizophrenia. Female orgasmic disorder? There's all sorts of disorders in here that you've probably never heard of. Also, be mindful that a lot of these diagnoses do stem from like kind of misogynistic and sexist understandings of a person's psyche. So within these different diagnoses, you'll see a section that says differential diagnosis. So the way that it works is like it's got all of these diagnostic features, and this just goes into much more depth about what they mean with whatever it is they're saying. And then there will be another section normally that's differential diagnosis, meaning these are other diagnoses that could also fit because there's often so much overlap. So whenever you're diagnosing with one type of disorder, you want to be mindful of the other types of disorders that it could also be. How big is the difference between a high-functioning ASD and a neurotypical person? You might not even be able to tell the difference. Can they go from high-functioning to neurotypical easily? I don't like the term neurotypical because it implies that there is a correct and normal way that a brain should work. I think that different ways of thinking should be encouraged and celebrated, and they don't need to be made to appear as if they are a disorder unless they're actually interfering with your quality of life. But I would say that there are more high-functioning people who would meet the criteria of being on the autistic spectrum than you would ever realize. Yeah, I don't believe in neurotypical. I've never met a neurotypical person. Every person I've met is weird in their own unique way. And I think that's a cool thing. Like, what is correct? What is average? Never had a good answer for that question. Kleptomania, pyromania. I feel like part of the reason why I don't like those types of labels regarding a person's like cognitive functioning, you know, whether you wanted to label people somebody as like neurodivergent or neurotypical, I'm not a fan because those types of labels can be very stigmatizing. Those types of labels can make people feel like there's something wrong with them, and there might be nothing wrong with you at all. You got a beautiful brain floating around in that head of yours, and we need to figure out how to make it work for you instead of working against you. Sometimes that's what it does. Can I diagnose Lila from Dexter? Is that season 5 of Dexter? Because I don't remember what happened in season 5. Was that season 5 or is it a different season? Like, I think that's when I stopped watching Dexter. Caffeine withdrawal. That's in here too. See, the thing about the DSM is there's tons of stuff in here that you would not even think about as being in the DSM, but caffeine withdrawal, that's in here. Is Dexter worth watching? Probably up until season 4, I'd say. Season 5, maybe. You're pushing it. How many seasons does that show end up having? Cannabis use disorder? Uh-oh. Cannabis intoxication. Does anybody here currently meet the diagnostic criteria for cannabis intoxication? First off, have you recently used cannabis? Do you have a significant problematic behavioral or psychological change, such as impaired motor coordination, euphoria, anxiety, sensation of slowed time, impaired judgment, social withdrawal, that is developed during or shortly after the use of cannabis? You have 2 or more of the following signs or symptoms developing within 2 hours of cannabis use. Conjunctival injection? What does that even mean? I'd have to look that up. Increased appetite, dry mouth, tachycardia. Conjunctival injection? What does that even mean? Oh. Red eyes. Yeah, I should have known because conjunctivitis is pink eye. It was just the word injection that was causing some confusion for me. Anyway, that's the DSM. It's a big book. Big old book. There's also a section at the back of the book that includes like disorders to be considered for future versions, and also some culturally specific disorders, things that you might not normally see, things that are more common in other parts of the world. Something really important to remember is that the manifestations of mental health symptoms can vary depending on the culture that you live in. Western individualistic cultures, the manifestations of schizophrenia tend to be much more harsh and judgmental. You know, the voices that you hear, they tend to be more critical. Whereas in more collectivist cultures, those types of voices that you hear, they're more like pranking. They're more like jovial. Not that you don't see both in both places, but you have a more common occurrence. Interesting. All right, back to the questions. I'm in a relationship where communication has been really difficult. My boyfriend often shuts down or leaves conversations when things get emotional, which leaves me feeling abandoned and like I'm walking on eggshells. I've tried to express how this affects me, but it doesn't seem to change, and it's causing a lot of stress. For example, when we have conflicts, he tends to either blame himself completely or shift the blame onto me, and it feels like there's no middle ground. If I suggest taking space to cool off, he avoids the conversation entirely and lets things stew, but then he ends up blaming me later for not fixing things. I I feel like I'm always the one trying to hold us together, and it's exhausting. I also wonder what he's even doing during that time. Probably beating himself up, or probably just frustrated and angry. That's what I've noticed to be true. And, you know. The cycle makes me feel like nothing I do is ever enough, and it's hard not to internalize that. Okay, so see, here's the thing. You are doing things. You are open to having communication. You are open to being emotionally expressive and to talk about things. You are doing enough. Why are you blaming yourself for all of this? This is a two-person endeavor. You can't make anybody express their emotions. You can't force anybody to embrace that level of openness and vulnerability. You can create an environment in which a person feels the most comfortable to express themselves, but you can't force anybody to actually do it. That's up to him. That has to be something that he wants to do. You know, you say that he shifts blame onto you. I don't want you to shift blame onto you either. I've been feeling increasingly anxious, guilty, and stuck, and I think it's starting to affect my sense of self-worth. I'm also struggling with feeling abandoned when he pulls away, even though I know logically I've done my best to communicate with the pushback. I'd really like to understand how to navigate this situation, whether that's learning how to communicate more effectively, setting boundaries, or figuring out if this relationship is even healthy for me. I also want to work on managing my own emotions better so I don't feel so weighed down by guilt or fear of abandonment. What you want in this relationship is totally normal and totally healthy, and I feel like you are trying your best to make that happen. When it comes to getting another person to open up and talk about their emotions and to, have healthy communication and to work through problems together, they have to be willing to do that. We can't force people to do that. And so let's talk about it. Let's talk about talking. Let's talk about communicating. I think it's going to be really important that your feelings are understood here. And I think it's also going to be really important to address this conversation in a way where it's like, I'm not mad at you. Because a lot of people will quickly jump to that when we want to start talking about our relationship or our communication. That is often quickly misinterpreted as I'm mad at you. I have a problem with you, and I'm here to complain about you. And we want to avoid that. We want this to be a team effort where we can come together and talk about the issues that we're having. We want to be able to talk about how both of us feel so that we can understand each other better. That's why it's good to learn how to communicate. So that I can understand you and you can understand me, and so that we can support each other and encourage each other and uplift each other. And I feel like that absolutely is possible, but it has to be voluntary. I think it would be healthy to just have a time where you can sit down and talk to each other about communication. And we want to try to do this in a productive, encouraging, supportive way. This doesn't need to be a fight. This doesn't need to be an argument. This doesn't need to be a time where we place blame on each other or make the other person feel bad. This is meant to be me and you versus the problem, not me versus you. If he is constantly, shutting things down or leaving the conversation when things get emotional, why do we think that is? What I would suggest is asking him. Talking about it. I feel like talking about how he feels in that situation can open up to have more of a conversation of how it makes you feel as well. Sometimes when we're dealing with people who aren't comfortable talking about their emotions, we need to encourage and allow them to talk about their emotions first before we start telling them about how they make us feel. The point of these conversations and the point of this communication is to come to a better mutual understanding of one another so that we can become better partners. That's what it's all about. And so if this person means business and they are in it for the long haul and they want to make things work, then we're going to want to see that they're willing to do the work that needs to be done, because every relationship takes work. Whether it's a partnership or a friendship, it takes work, it takes upkeep, it takes maintenance. So we just want to make sure that this person is willing to do the work. I'm terrible at processing emotions and how they make me feel, but I'm good at hearing. The reason why I say we want to help the other person be able to express and identify their emotions first is because if they're out of touch with their emotions, how are we supposed to expect them to be in touch with our emotions? Like, at that point, emotions are just words. And so if we're with a partner who is not good at expressing their emotions or processing their emotions, let's try to help them do that. Let's see if that's something that they're interested in doing. And then when they get more comfortable processing and talking about their emotions, then maybe we can start talking about our emotions together and where we want to go with this, where it is we're trying to work towards, what sort of things we would like to see in this relationship, the way that we would like to support each other and uplift each other. How would we like to make each other feel when we're in each other's company? Because what I'm seeing here is just a little bit of emotional immaturity. And that's not uncommon at all. I've met 70-year-olds who were emotionally immature in this way. Avoidant, dismissive, they would walk away, they would change the subject. It happens. But we can do things to encourage these people to open up. And I feel like that's going to be a really important part of us developing a better mutual understanding. So I think talking about the other person's emotions first as a lead-in can be helpful for the long run. You know, maybe we're very aware of our emotions and the way that we're made to feel, and we're trying to get the other person to understand that. But maybe the other person isn't aware of what emotions they're actually even feeling. Maybe they're just not where we're at as far as our emotional understanding. What I've noticed is that sometimes if you want to have a better conversation with somebody about mutual understanding of each other's emotions, sometimes you have to let them go first and help them figure out how they actually feel before we tell them how we feel. You know what I mean? And I know it can be frustrating because it feels like I know how how I feel. I know how you're making me feel, so I want to tell you about it because I'm frustrated by it, and I get it. I've been there. But what I've noticed is that if the other person is just not that emotionally in tune, they're just not going to receive what it is we're trying to send to them. So sometimes we have to help them get more comfortable at expressing and understanding emotion first before we can have a conversation about emotions. I'm having a brain blast. Here you go. I know it's frustrating, but that's kind of the way that it has to go. If you're dealing with a person who's just less emotionally in tune than you are, you can't expect them to have that same level of emotional awareness that you have. And so you kind of just have to start with talking more about how they feel. Like, how do you feel when, you shut me out, you walk away? How do you feel in those moments? Tell me more about how you feel in those moments. I want to talk about it. I want to know how you feel. And I know that that might seem unfair or frustrating, but sometimes that's just what you have to do for the sake of developing better communication and encouraging emotional awareness. Sometimes you just have to help them play catch up first so that you can have a meaningful conversation about emotions. Hi Josh, I'm gay. Seriously though. Oh, hi gay. Gay has a question today and not just a statement. Okay. Seriously though, I was watching the Eagles game and they reported that someone bet $3 million on the Eagles game today. It just made me think that if you haven't already covered gambling specifically or recognized in dealing with addictive personalities, that might be a good presentation. That's a good point. That's a good point. But you know what else I should cover? You know what else I should cover is that we've got some great people in here who aren't subscribed. We've got a lot of great people in here who I'm used to seeing those big, beautiful brains next to their names, and they're gone. So what's that about? We're 2.5 hours into this stream. If you like this type of content, if you like this space that we create, please consider supporting it by subscribing, connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account for a free Prime sub. This content is made possible due to the support of viewers like you. Thank you. Anonymous with the 10 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. If you just got gifted a sub, let's see it. If you just got gifted a sub, say hello. If Anonymous just got you a gift, Let's see it. That's awesome. I was gonna say those are a lot of new names. I don't recognize a lot of these names. I see Lolo McLefty. Is that the Lolo? Is that the Lolo that I know from Twitter and I met him one time at a party? A different Lolo? Probably a different Lolo. This is a good idea. We should mark that down. Made a note. Noted. That's a good idea. We'll copy that. We'll copy that. I'm a quiet talker and I feel like I'm not able to interject in a group conversation because everyone is speaking louder. The few times I can get in there, it feels like people are annoyed that I interrupted someone else. Then people tell me I'm quiet and I feel a little offended by it. Like you all didn't give me a chance to speak or you talked over me. What can I do? How many questions left? There's 2 more questions in the box after this one. I haven't looked at them yet, so I don't know how long they are, or if they're just links to cat videos. But we're catching up. So, how do we interject? All right, first off, you note that it feels like people are annoyed that I interrupted someone else. You feel as if people are annoyed. Are people actually annoyed? Are they going, huh? Are they rolling their eyes at you? Are they actually showing signs of annoyance? Are they telling you that they're annoyed with you? Or do you just feel as if you are annoying them? Because this is the truth. This is the reality. When you're having a conversation in a group of people, you're going to have people occasionally over talking the other person. You're going to have people interrupting others. And you know what? If you do, just say, oh, you know what? My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to add something real quick. And then you say what you're going to say. This is what I like to do. If I have something, because I used to find myself in this situation. I used to be the type of person to be like, I'm just going to sit here and listen until somebody addresses me directly. What I found to be helpful is to say what I want to say, and then apologize for the interruption. Pardon the interruption, but... Or not to interrupt, but... You know, if you do feel like you're interrupting, just a quick apology for it. Like, not to interrupt, but... Also, you gotta remember, what is it that I'm trying to say? What is it that I'm trying to add to this conversation? Am I trying to share a personal anecdote about myself to make the other people know that I know what they're talking about or that I can relate to it? Because a lot of us will do that sometimes. Sometimes people will be talking about something and we'll be like, oh yeah, I actually used to do that and that and that. Here's the thing. If you want to talk about your experiences regarding a topic that someone else is perhaps talking about within a group context, talk to them about it later in a one-on-one. You're not just going to be in this conversation group all night. Over the course of a social gathering, there's going to be groups. There's going to be people splitting off, breaking off from the group. It's not going to just be one circle of people talking to each other for hours. Is it okay for like one person to talk for most of a group session? Depends on the group. Depends on the group. Some people like it. Some people like to listen. Some people like to, just smile and nod, and that's fine. My recommendation is that if you want to add to a conversation with a personal anecdote, do it later in a one-on-one situation. Talk to that person and be like, hey, remember when you were talking about that earlier? Oh yeah, actually one time I did this, and then talk about it that way. Sometimes for the sake of the flow of a group conversation, it's best to just like add quick notes to it, or just like show your agreeance or ask questions, just for the sake of the flow of the conversation. People are telling you that you're quiet because they want to hear from you, okay? They wouldn't tell you that you're quiet unless they wanted to hear from you more. So just remember that. If they wanted to hear from you less, they would not tell you that you're quiet. Also, group conversations can be, they can be fast-paced. They can be, sometimes it's like, if you want to be heard, you got to get in there. Unless you want to raise your hand and wait for somebody to call on you. No council? Oh, I always like it when people make me aware of new emotes that I did not know existed. Sometimes if you want to add something to a group conversation, you just got to jump in there. Time is of the essence. Conversation is an ongoing active process. It's a chemical reaction, and if you want to be a part of it, you got to throw your ingredient in at the right time. Otherwise, it's going to keep cooking without you. So don't be afraid to just get in there. You know what could be helpful? Before you worry so much about yourself, next time you're in a conversation, don't worry about yourself. Just pay attention to the dynamic of the group. Because I can guarantee that you're not the only person who gets interrupted, who gets talked over, who says things that people don't respond to. Take some time to just focus on that. Just observe the group. Notice the trends of the group. What you will notice is that in a group setting, people are getting talked over, interrupted, saying things that aren't getting responded to all the time. And sometimes it's helpful to just remind yourself of that. It's just a part of the process. And if you do say something and people don't respond to it, circle back to it later. And, going back to something I said earlier, it's not like a one and done thing. Like, you can always go back to it if it's something you want to talk about. So yeah, I would suggest taking some time to just observe social dynamics. And you gotta remember that it's not as serious as you think it might be. This isn't a job interview. This is just a friendly conversation. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to be fun. I've been thinking about unplugging from the internet and taking a break, but I don't think it would solve anything, and once I decide to plug back in, I'll be back to where I was before. Does unplugging help, or is it just escaping? I would say that it could be called just escaping, but, and this is a strong but, sometimes we need an escape. Sometimes we need a break. Sometimes we need to walk away, unplug, reconnect with nature, reconnect with our environment, our surroundings. Unplugging can be really great. It's something that I like to do every once in a while. I just like to go out and I haven't done it in a while, and honestly, I kind of just want to like get out and go do it. Like, even if I have to do it by myself, just go like do a little solo camp at a nearby campground for the night. Just to go like be outside. It can be good for you. It puts you into a position where you have to, you know, think more about your environment. You have to think more about, you know, your surroundings. It gives you time to just think about stuff instead of just being constantly bombarded by new information. That's why I really like going down to the farm, because there's not cell reception, so it's just us and nature, and you know, we don't get bored. You would think it would be boring to be unplugged, but honestly, it's very liberating. It makes you feel very alive. Because you gotta remember that, like, being plugged in, being on the internet, that's just one idea of what humanity is. And like, the internet is really just not a great reflection of what it means to actually be out in life and living life. The internet is more of a caricature of humans, I think. It exaggerates all of our worst features, and it also showcases some of our best features. Also, sometimes just being away for a while makes you realize how you don't really need to be as plugged in as you thought you did. So I would say give it a try. I would say give it a try and don't assume how it will affect you. Just give it a try and see what happens. You know, if we're going into it with the mindset of, I'm just going to get right back to where I was as soon as I get back, then yeah, it's not going to be helpful. But what if it was helpful? I would just try to keep your mind open. You know, whether you take a weekend and you just go out and disconnect and you go out and you hike and camp and spend some time in nature, or, you know, or even if you just unplug at home and you just read more books and play with your pets, do a puzzle, take some walks, you know. There are different layers to unplugging. For me, when I unplug, I like to go out into the middle of nowhere where there's nobody around me for miles in every direction. Now that's unplugged. My internet went down in the summer and it took the ISP a few days to fix it. I actually felt pretty refreshed and motivated. Right? See, you gotta remember that, like, the internet is addicting. Just having, like, think about a slot machine. Think about how a slot machine works. It's like, most of the time it's just duds. Maybe it's stuff you've seen before. It's just the same old, but then every once in a while something really exciting happens. And it's that inconsistent reward schedule that keeps you coming back. You don't know. You need one more spin, one more roll, one more refresh on that tab. You just might find something that's really worth your while. And so it keeps you coming back. TikTok is like that. TikTok is designed to be addictive. That's why I try not to use it, because it's a content slot machine. It's a digital Skinner box. Anyway, it's good to take some time away from the internet to remember what it really means to be human. While the internet is a reflection of humanity, it's a distorted reflection. It's a clown mirror. It's like, you know, those funhouse mirrors. It's kind of like that. Very caricature. Let's take a moment, since I mentioned something and I want to tell you about what it is real quick. I mentioned a Skinner box. Let me tell you what a Skinner box is. B.F. Skinner. He was a behavioral psychologist. And what we're measuring here is something called operant conditioning. We're also considering how reward schedules can also influence behavior. What they found was that if you offer somebody an inconsistent reward schedule, the behavior can actually be more enforcing. And what that means is, let's say that there's a button, and if I push the button once, maybe nothing happens. Maybe I push the button 5 times and nothing happens. But every once in a while, just by pushing this button, I get a reward. Something pops out. Ooh, something popped out. I pushed it 10 times and something popped out. So then I push it 2 more times. And guess what? Something else pops out. Oh. And then I push it again, and I keep pushing it, and I push it 15 times, and then something else pops out. And then I push it 6 times, and something pops out. That inconsistent reward schedule can actually make something more likely to happen. Because you never know. That next time, that next push could be the one that gives me the reward. Think about a slot machine. One more spin. Just one more spin. Then they owe me. They owe me. I'm supposed to win. Come on. One more spin. One more spin. The next one's going to win. The next one's going to win. Come on. It wasn't that one, but come on. I guess one more spin. That's an inconsistent reward schedule. And the internet and social media take advantage of that. And that's part of the reason why it's so reinforcing. This is part of what makes gambling so addictive. It's that unknown. Like, if you won every 10 times that you spun, like, okay, I'll spin 10 times and then I'll stop. Or I'll spin, and then do I want to spin another 9 times before I get a win? Maybe not. Maybe I'll just stop at 10. But if it's random, who knows? The next one could be a winner. What I'm saying is that you're addicted to 3 things at the same time. What I'm saying is that addiction is different than you might understand it to be. Addiction just hijacks your brain's reward system. You get feel-good chemicals, you get that reward sensation from doing stuff that you're supposed to do all the time. Taking a shower can feel rewarding. Taking a big, deep breath can feel rewarding. Drinking a glass of water, eating an apple, these can all give you satisfaction. It can give you that feeling of reward. But what addiction does is it hijacks that part of your brain. And you become addicted to these unhealthy behaviors. Your brain is basically wired for addiction, so what I would recommend is trying to get addicted to something that serves you. Try to get addicted to something good. Get addicted to self-improvement. Get addicted to compassion. Get addicted to empathy. Why can't I be extremely encouraged to do things like hard workouts and study/gaming sessions for hours but can't clean my room? Some things that objectively are harder feel simpler, but easy things are so mentally challenging for me to get done, and I just end up procrastinating. Alright, gamer, since you're a gamer, what I would recommend is gamifying it. You're working out to gain experience, you're working out to gain skill points, you are studying and gaming to gain skill points and gain experience. You are underleveled in room cleaning. You haven't put enough talents into your room cleaning tree. Things with no clear reward are harder for me. There is a clear reward for cleaning your room. You have a clean room, and a clean room is much more mentally satisfying than a dirty room. Dirty rooms are literally more stressful and more anxiety-inducing because you've got all of these things calling out to your attention. That piece of trash, that dirty sock, that empty can. All of these things are just like calling out to your attention. It's making you, in subtle ways that you might not fully recognize, it's making you more uneasy, more anxious. I'm unranked in room cleaning. Well, see, here's the thing. Real macho men, if you want to be a real macho man, you gotta clean your room, brother. You gotta take good care of yourself. You gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? If you have the time out of your day to make your room dirty, then you better have the time out of your day to make it clean, brother. Because you know what they say, a clean room is a clean mind. And a warrior's best tool is his mind. Just like you gonna keep your sword clean, you gotta keep your mind clean, brother. The clean of the crop. Amen, brother. Sometimes you need to clean your room so that you can remind yourself that you deserve a clean room. If you just keep your room dirty, then what is that showing to yourself? What does that say for how you want to treat yourself? You deserve a clean room. You should give yourself that gift of a clean room. So don't do it because, and you know what I feel like a lot of people don't like to do it because it reminds them of being a kid. It reminds them of chores. You know, I don't want to clean my room. I want to play video games. It's like, well, do you know that it's actually more fun and more satisfying to play a game in a clean room than it is to play a game in a dirty room? Put on your cleaning music. Get in the zone. And go to war. Go to war against that dirt. Go to war against... you're here and you're here to win. Just Just think about how mentally satisfying it will be. Just think about how much of a win it will be. There is a reward to be found here, and I feel like that reward is worthwhile. Oh yeah, the Barney cleanup song. Yeah, that's one of the Barney songs that lives rent-free in my brain. The other one is the toothbrushing song about not letting the water run while you're brushing your teeth. Though I'm brushing my teeth and having so much fun, I never let the water run. Clean up. Everybody, everywhere. Clean up. Everybody, do your share. One thing I would also like to add, questioner, is a clean room will make all of those other things that you're putting effort into even more satisfying in ways that you don't even understand yet. Like, imagine you go and you do a hard workout and then you come back and you're coming back to a clean room. Instead of coming back to a room that you're like, oh, I need to clean this. So I would say make a day of it. You got some time, make a day of it. What you'll realize is it won't take you as long as you think it will. Unless that room is real dirty, you can probably clean it in a couple hours tops. Like, let's be real. Unless that room is real dirty, even if that room is real dirty, you could probably clean it in under 8 hours. And that's a dirty room. That's what I'm trying to do right now, tidying up my home. What I would recommend if you're trying to tidy up a larger space, if you're trying to tidy up an entire house, one room at a time. One room at a time, because if you focus on one room at a time, you'll actually be able to make progress and then progressively move throughout the entire house. But if you're just trying to like tidy up in general of the whole house, what you're gonna end up doing is like shuffling stuff around. You'll be like, oh, I need to tidy up the living room and the bedroom and the dining room and the bathroom and all of that. And you're gonna be like moving stuff around from room to room, and it's gonna make the whole process take much longer than it would need to. So do one room at a time, start in one corner of the house, and then move to the next room. You can also break it up into smaller tasks, like spend 20 minutes cleaning a corner of the room and then play a game and then spend another 20 minutes, etc. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can do that as well. You can be like, all right, I'll play a little bit, and then I'll clean a little bit, and then I'll play a little bit, and then I'll clean a little bit. I think that why this feels harder is because you don't have practice in it. You don't have practice in it, and that's why it feels hard. But honestly, like once you get into the hang of it and once you start putting some skill points into cleaning your room, you'll notice that it actually can be very fast, and it can also be very satisfying. I feel like part of the reason why we have a hard time even getting started is we're just not sure where to start. Also, you gotta remember that being a good cleaner is a very attractive component of a person's personality. Like, would you rather be in a partnership with somebody who is platinum in a MOBA or somebody who can clean their room? What's a more desirable characteristic? No, I'm not saying that the person who cleans their room doesn't also game. They're just not a hardcore competitive gamer. I like to start with the task I hate the most so other tasks feel less daunting. Ah, yes, the eat the frog technique. That's the name they use for it. Get the worst one out of the way. Everything else will be easier afterwards. All animals prefer a clean environment. It's true. It's true. It's better for your psychological functioning. My bedroom is a mess now, like my mind. And you know what? Cleaning your room will help you to clean your mind. It'll be easier to have a clean mind in a clean room. It's really hard to have a clean mind in a dirty room. So if you want to clean up your mind, I would suggest by starting off by cleaning your room. For me, it's the opposite. I have to start with the easy stuff to build momentum, but once I get going, there's no stopping. See, that's also another valid approach. You can approach it from either direction depending on what works for you. Like, do you want to get the hard stuff out of the way first? Or do you want to do some easier stuff to build your momentum? Both are valid. Just know what suits. Know what suits you. I can't yell. I can't yell and it feels very strange. Even raising my voice is very difficult. It's like my throat tightens up and I get really anxious / sad. Is there some reason, like psychological reason behind this? There could be. There could be. I don't know for 100% certainty in your case, but I would say that there definitely is. Vocal inhibition. I'll talk to you about it here in a second. Growing up, it was hard for me to express my emotions, so I'm wondering if it stems from that. Absolutely. A lot of kids are brought up to be quiet. And if you're brought up to be quiet, you have a hard time being loud. Because you're used to being quiet, and so being loud is physically uncomfortable for you because you're not accustomed to it. You gotta think, like, a lot of us are taught to be quiet. In school, in public, you know, there's not very many circumstances where we're actually allowed to be loud. Sporting games, concerts. I grew up with yelling around me, so I'm loud as fuck. You know? That too. Being able to, like, not being able to yell does feel strange because there is a part of you that's just not able to fully express itself. There are some types of things that we just cannot express fully unless we're able to really put all of ourselves into them and without restraint. Do you want to be able to yell? Do you want to be able to yell? I could teach you how to yell. My parents are always loud, but I can't yell, and if I do, I feel forced and yell in an angry way. day. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling anxious and depressed. If you feel like you need to clean your room, but you're having a hard time cleaning your entire room, start off with just a corner of your room. You don't even have to clean your entire room that day. Even if it's just clearing off a nightstand, even if it's just clearing off your bed, you know, cleaning off a shelf or whatever, like that's a start and that's meaningful progress. So sometimes you gotta just give yourself more time to do those things you need to do. Anyway, if you want to learn how to yell, I can teach you how to yell. First off, let's talk about vowel sounds. Let's talk about vowels. Think about the different vowel sounds and the different emotions that they evoke. And these are things that kind of transcend language. There are differences within different dialects, don't get me wrong, but a lot of this does transcend language because it's stuff that babies do without knowing language. So think about it. What types of vowel sounds invoke what types of moods? What about exactly, like an ah. If you're making a really loud ah, what kind of emotion does that evoke? Like you're like ah, you're either like scared or frustrated or sad, maybe. But think about another vowel sound. Think about E. Think about saying we. Like you're on a roller coaster and you're like, wee. Think about if you go, ooh, ah. If you want to practice vocalizing, I would suggest practicing your vowel sounds. And if you're worried about being perceived, if you're worried about people hearing you, go do it into a pillow. Go put a pillow over your face and then go, ooh, ooh, ooh. You gotta remember, there's a really important connection between vocalization and mood expression. And sometimes we might feel like we're restricting ourselves by not allowing ourselves to fully express our emotions by putting our whole ass into it. That means sound. Yeah, there's like the aye, and that's more like I just saw a mouse and I'm scared. But there's also the ooey, so it's almost like a ooey, and then it's like a ie for those types of sounds. See, now you're getting into like combination of vowels, because it's not just a, e, I, o, u. There's also nuance within that. You can combine vowel sounds. That's one of the things that I was taught whenever I started practicing throat singing, was to do the vowel sounds and to vibrate those vowel sounds within my throat. A, E, I, O, U. And then whenever you do dual tones, what you try to do is you try to find that in between the vowels so that you can create like overtones and stuff. But anyway, I feel like there's a part of you that wants to express itself, and it's waiting for you to just let it out. So do it, let it out, belt it. Go scream in the car, go sing to a song, go out to the woods and yell. You know, do what feels best for you, but just get it out. That's what it means. That's what your body's looking for, is just to get it out. That's why you feel weird. That's why it feels strange. What about the eh? Yeah, that's more of like a eh. That's not really something we'll like exclaim, I guess, because not all vowel sounds are sounds that we're gonna use for like yelling. Some vowel sounds just translate better loudly than others. Like, hey! Hey, you! You need hugs. All right, group hug time. Bring it in. We've got all these fantastic chatters right now, and nobody's gifted them a sub yet. Curious. Curious how we're only 3 subscribers away from the sub goal, and we've got all of these fantastic chatters who are not subscribed right now. If only there was something we could do about that. Questioner, what you're talking about here is actually something that I really enjoy helping people do, and that's almost like an emotional expressive type of therapy. It's almost like a primal type of therapy. It's like, are there classes for this? It feels like public speaking mixed with singing. Yeah, sometimes they'll call it primal therapy, but that's actually kind of a ripoff. They just charge you a bunch of money and then take you out into the woods and say, all right, now we're going to yell. It's like, you can also do that on your own for free. But I would just say, if you're trying to express yourself and you're trying to be more comfortable with being loud, just practice it. It's just like any other skill. And what you'll notice is that you'll feel less inhibited. You'll feel like I'm able to express myself more fully. You know, if you really wanted to get like Eastern philosophy with this, they would say you have a blocked throat chakra and you need to do activities that can open your throat chakra. You are being prohibited from speaking your truth because you have a blockage in your throat chakra and you need to open it up. That's what they would say. No, I would say in the car or, you know, in bed with a pillow. Those are all great places to practice just like being loud without worrying about being heard. Because that's a part of why sometimes we have a hard time being loud, is because we're worried about being heard. We don't want people to hear us being loud because maybe being loud was associated as being bad when we were young. So now we have a hard time fully expressing ourselves. Just like, look at this. Just like, people will just go out and they'll just like yell in the woods. And what it does is it helps to give you endorphins. It's like a release. It's a bit cathartic. Look at this guy. This guy's taking it really seriously. This guy's got a didgeridoo to do it. Oh, wait, here he goes. Here he goes.
Ah! For fuck's sake, I fucking had enough! God fucking damn it! Ah! 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 Ah!
Get it all out, brother. Get it all out. Oh! All right. Alright, he let the Hulkamania run a little wild. He let the Hulkamania run a little wild. I could never do this. You don't have to you don't have to take it that far. You don't have to take it that far, but you know, you can see why some people who are typically very emotionally repressed might find this type of thing enticing. It's like you've got all this pent-up energy, let it out. That's the whole point. Let it out. Let it out. Get it all out. All right. This is the most recent question in the question box. So if you've got a question that you'd like to drop in, we'll get to it right away. But anyway, this is the most recent one. My psychologist in the initial interview session said that he does not believe in total healing of depressions coming from major traumas, I think, but in dealing with the issues. I was a little sad. I'm sad. I'm sad just hearing that. I'm sad that somebody who practices mental health would say such a thing to a person. I'm 34 years old and I've been dealing with depression since I was a child. In fact, the facts and my rationality agree with him, but I wanted to hear that I can have total remission. You can have total remission. Believing that it is possible is part of what makes it possible. You gotta... Okay, before I just completely go on a tangent, let me finish the question. I'm already very depressed and pessimistic. It's like I hear that I'm broken forever. Is he right? Do you agree with him? No. No, I don't agree with him, and let me tell you why. I don't like the notion that people are broken and that people will be broken forever. This is kind of what capitalism has done to the mental health care system. It makes you feel as if your problems that you're dealing with are because of you and because you are broken. Not because you're living in a broken system, but because you're broken. It's kind of like how saying that, you know, to end pollution, you need to recycle. It's like, no, there are corporations that are pumping out more pollution every hour than I will in my entire life. So why is the burden of responsibility onto me? It's the same thing. You can heal, but we need the system to heal as well if we're all going to be fully healed. Can we be fully healed so long as the system remains sick? Maybe not. But we need to be able to have a conversation about that and say that the system that we live in is part of why we are suffering. Many mental health providers operate under the mindset of getting you back to work, getting you productive. That is what is viewed as successful treatment in the mental health industry. It's like, well, can we get you back to work? Can we get you stable? I believe in healing. You can heal from a broken bone. Why can't you heal from a wound in your mind? This actually makes me pretty upset. This take makes me upset. Like, why even be in the field if you think that people can't heal? That's just so bizarre to me. I feel like part of what would help people heal is to recognize that the reason why you feel so broken is not because of you. It is not your fault that you feel the way that you feel. You've dealt with trauma, but you're also living in a broken system. You are living in a system that lacks compassion, that lacks empathy. It doesn't provide people with their basic needs. People are dying and starving and being murdered, and for no reason whatsoever. That should depress you. The state of the world is depressing, and it should motivate us to build a better world. And I feel like none of us will be completely healed until all of us are healed. When I was in group therapy, I heard someone say they are depressed because they were born with bad brain chemistry. Is that true? I'm not going to say that it couldn't be possible, because there is a possibility that there is something that's just like fundamentally different about your brain that makes you more sad or makes you more depressed. That could happen. That is technically true. You could have some sort of abnormality that makes you a depressed person. But your brain has such a tremendous potential to change its own functioning. Your brain can operate in ways that you don't even recognize are possible. BBK, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, thank you. Just think about this for a minute. There are people who have traumatic brain injuries and they forget how to speak. There are people who have traumatic brain injuries and they forget how to walk, they forget how to move their hands, they forget how to write. But they can learn how to do it again because your brain can heal. Your brain can change its functioning, your brain can mend itself. If there's damage to one part of your brain, another part of your brain can step up and take over. So don't forget that. Don't forget the power of neuroplasticity. You have a tremendous potential to heal. Part of what can help you to do that is to recognize that I'm not as broken as people think that I am, or I'm not as broken as people make me out to be. I'm in the process of healing, I'm in the process of growing, I'm in the process of changing. But I feel like so many people just get stigmatized by the labels that people throw at them for their their mental illness. And they feel like, this is me, this is a part of who I am, this is my identity, I am a broken person. You know what you can do with something that's broken? You can fix it. You can mend it. You can make it better. You're no different. How do people make themselves sick from pure placebo? We would call those somatic illnesses. Or somatic delusions even. You can literally make yourself sick just by thinking about being sick. You can make yourself sick just by believing that you are sick. You can actually experience physical symptoms of illness just by believing that they should be there. Your mind is so ridiculously powerful. You think that your brain can make you believe that you are sick, but it can't help you be healthy? That doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe, why is this person even in the field? Why is this person even practicing mental health if they don't believe that people can heal? Like, do you not recognize the damage that you're causing to depressed patients? Do you not recognize the harm that you are doing? I'm not going to tell anybody that I think that they can't heal because it might just be a matter of time. I feel like if you have enough time and you put in enough work, you can change. It's just about being willing to take that time and to do the right work and to have the right people there to support you. That's what makes all the difference. One of the things that always sat poorly with me in school, you know, like learning about mental health treatment, about psychology and everything, was the concept of an incurable condition or an untreatable condition. I just really was not a fan of the concept that something cannot be treated, something cannot be cured, something cannot be, you know, that it's just impossible to do anything about. I don't believe that these things are impossible. We just don't know how to do it yet. I feel like just because we don't know how to do something does not mean that we should label something as impossible. I feel sorry for this psychologist that does not believe in total healing because why would it be impossible? It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't it be possible? I'm not like they can't like what's a good answer for that? What's a good answer for why it would not be possible? He's sitting here telling you that it's not possible. Why? Why is it not possible? I've never gotten a good enough reason for why it would not be possible. I think in all honesty, he was probably just trying to not get your hopes up because the state of mental health care treatment is actually just not that great. Like, well, with the amount of actual like therapy and treatment that insurance is willing to provide, yeah, total healing probably isn't possible. Oh, hello, Penny. Oh, hey, babe. How's it going? What are you up to?
I was gonna go to my favorite restaurant and get an espresso martini.
Gonna bring me back something? Maybe a sandwich? What a stressful day. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time you've had to face something like this, and this is something that even people who have a lot of experience dealing with this type of stuff have a hard time doing it. You know, like witnessing somebody in your family like incur a dramatic change is traumatizing.
It definitely is. Like I said, even though things were better today, and it's like, I don't know, it's like she seems to be improving. It's still like, oh, but I don't want to get my hopes up. And I don't, you know, like it's still just like going over there and like interacting with any of it. You know, like it's like I was pretty calm the past couple of days, but then like whenever I go and interact with it again and everything that's going on, I get myself all anxious and overwhelmed again. You know.
Yeah. As long as she's able to be peaceful and happy, I feel like that's a good place to
start. So
Yeah, I'm just hopeful that we can, I'm hopeful that she can stay at this baseline, but then I'm anxious that she won't,
yeah. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, that's the other thing about all of this is just like, you can't tell the future and just having to take every day as it comes is like the other thing that's so anxiety inducing. Anyway.
I feel like taking every day as it comes is actually less anxiety inducing than planning for every possible worst case scenario.
I guess that's what I do though, is it's like I take every day as it comes while I plan for each possible scenario.
Right.
You know? But yeah, I'm gonna go just
Alrighty. Well, enjoy yourself.
Well, Grandma just loves Joshua to death, though. She said, tell Joshua. She said, send Joshua this. This is for Joshua.
Told you. Told you. That's what I was saying earlier, is like, she'll be like, oh yeah, Joshua was here all night last night. He was here, he was keeping me up. He just had me cracking up. He just had me laughing all night. I'm just like, it's just my power, I guess. My psychic projection.
Love you, babe. I'll be back.
Love you, babe. Yeah, that's a good idea. You could have her watch my old VODs. Like, here, Grandma, he's got hours of content. What's the secret to master astral projection? Good question. Apparently I'm doing it without even recognizing that I'm doing it. I'm out here visiting Grandma in my sleep and I don't even remember doing it. You know, I think that the secret is to do without doing. You know, which comes from the Tao Te Ching, the art of doing nothing. What is meant by do without doing in the Tao Te Ching? If nothing is done, then all will be well. Understanding and being open to all things, are you able to do nothing? A truly good man is never doing, yet leaves nothing undone. A foolish man is always doing, yet much remains to be done. I love the Tao Te Ching. It's not a long book. It's only, you know, it's 81 paragraphs. It's not that long, but it's got some real bangers in it. The concept of the Tao is everything. The light and the darkness. It's all of it. It's everything. And so that's what, like, this is a religious ideal that actually does resonate with me. It's just like, if I'm gonna be like open to anything, I'm just like, I'm gonna be open to the concept of everythingness, you know? my grandma would have Trump visit her in her house when she was sundowning. You know, that's what Casey's grandma also said. She says that Trump was coming to our house for the inauguration, and apparently I have to cook. Tao Te Ching. It's a great book. See, that's what I'm saying. I think we should just go to McDonald's. Like, we got Trump coming over. Let's just get some McDonald's catering. The Tao Te Ching. I love the Tao Te Ching and its author, Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism. He had a lot of banger quotes, all right? A lot of bangers. Is it really hard to find friends after 20? I am sad I had no friends or never had a girlfriend, never talked to a girl. I would say that it is more of a task to make friends as an adult, but that's only because adults have adult schedules and they have, you know, adult responsibilities. But that's the only thing that makes it more difficult is time. In reality, it's the exact same as making friends when you're younger. You're like, oh, you like that? I like that too. Let's be friends. Let's like that thing together. That's really as complicated as it needs to be. We have a mutual interest? Cool, let's talk about it. Let's share in it together. That's all it has to be. The problem with being an adult is finding time to do that, because you got stuff you gotta do. Honestly, found more friends than I know what to do with doing local political organizing. That's a great way to do it. Volunteering is a great way to do it. Going to a hobby shop or joining a club is a great way to do it. There's so many great ways to make great friends. And I would say that finding people that share a similar outlook, a similar interest, or a similar values is a great place to start. That can make for some great friends. I only have access to cognitive behavioral therapy, humanistic, or psychoanalysis. Oh. They're still doing humanistic therapy somewhere? I didn't realize that they still practiced humanistic therapy as like an actual school of therapy, because like the whole concept of like humanistic therapy kind of got in like brought into like CBT. Like the humanistic values have kind of been like encouraged in other forms of therapy that followed humanistic therapy. I find that interesting. Also, let me just say something. It makes less of a difference what type of therapy you do. What matters more is, do you believe that it will work? Do you believe that it's going to help you? That actually matters more than the style of therapy. Believe me, I was just as shocked when I found that out in school. And they told us that, yeah, the success rates for therapy are about the same, no matter what type of therapy you're doing. What really matters is, does the client believe that it's going to help them? My problems are CPTSD. I was already diagnosed bipolar 2, but they went back. But I still have doubts if I'm not. Anxiety, OCD, I can't do things. I dropped out of 4 colleges. I'm not working. Do you recommend any of these? Find one that works for you, I would say. CBT is really good. CBT is really great. If you're looking at changing your mind, changing your thinking, new ways to engage with your thoughts, CBT is great. If you want to get into every little nitty-gritty detail about your entire life and all of the things that have traumatized you, psychoanalysis would be the way to go. Psychoanalysis can take years to do. Psychoanalysis can be very thorough, and it's not something that I would be interested in doing because I'm much more of a solution-focused kind of guy. I like to see people, but I also like to train people how to be better self-healers. So that's kind of my approach. Psychoanalysis can work, but it's also kind of slow. What I would recommend is this. Identify what your symptoms are that you are struggling with, and then figure out what you want to do about those different symptoms. The diagnoses themselves, don't worry so much about what diagnosis you have, because different doctors will disagree with what your diagnosis should be. What matters most is, what are the symptoms that I'm dealing with? Am I dealing with anxiety? Am I dealing with stress? Am I having flashbacks? Am I, reliving? Am I depressed? What are your symptoms? That is what matters most, because that's what you actually treat. You don't treat a diagnosis, you treat the symptoms. Because you can have people with the same exact diagnosis but completely different symptoms. So that is what you're working on, is you are working on your symptoms. And so what I would recommend is that if you're interested in going into therapy, before going into therapy, write out a list of the things that you're wanting to work on. Write out a list of the different symptoms that you experience. And then start with one of those things. You don't have to work on all of them at the same time. You pick one. Pick the one that's most pressing to you. Pick the one that has the most sense of urgency to you. Which one do you want to work on first? That matters. And you know what'll happen? When you start working on that one thing, it helps all of the other symptoms too. Because what happens with mental health symptoms is they kind of stack up on each other. They kind of prop each other up. And so sometimes in putting in an honest and earnest effort to work on one set of symptoms, you help all of your symptoms. Because they all make each other worse. Anxiety makes your depression worse, and depression makes your anxiety worse, and it all feeds off of each other. So this is why it's really important to just figure out that focus. What do I want to work on first? I think anxiety is a great place to start. Becoming more confident at regulating and managing your anxiety is such a tremendous skill to have, and I feel like that will make everything else all the easier. Anxiety is probably the best place to start for most people. Because anxiety is also one of the things that you can address relatively quickly. Sometimes unpacking trauma and overcoming depression, that can take a little while. It can take a bit more processing. It can take a little bit more, hands-on, in-depth exploration. Anxiety, though, anxiety is something that we can typically treat relatively quickly. So that's where I would suggest to start. Start with the anxiety, and then when the anxiety level is down, all of your other symptoms will be easier to deal with. or easier to work on. I am honestly kind of surprised that they still have people who are like labeled as being humanistic therapists. And the reason why is because after the concept of humanistic psychology or humanistic therapy was a thing, what new models of therapy did after that was just take the values and the principles of a humanistic approach and then weave them into the new models. You know what I mean? So I just find it interesting that there would be like humanistic therapists. Huh. You learn something every day. What if my anxiety is the existence of humans? I see every person has the potential to do something bad to me. Radical acceptance. Radical acceptance. Radical acceptance is a very powerful technique to start using. Because sometimes our anxiety backs us into a corner. Sometimes our anxiety creates a situation that we just have no choice but just to accept it as it is. I see every person has the potential to do something bad to me. True. True. Not every person. Now, you and I both know that not every person is dangerous to you, but every person has the potential to be. And so what do we do about that? We accept it as it is. So that we can move forward. Let's talk about how to practice radical acceptance. Radical acceptance is accepting what is not under our control and embracing what is happening now. When we can wholeheartedly and radically accept emotional or physical pain, it can reduce our suffering. Radical acceptance is used to discourage clients from having reactive behaviors. There is a famous saying, pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. Shout out to Marsha Linehan, one of the goats. Marsha Linehan's one of the goats. Radical acceptance rests on letting go of the illusion of control and a willingness to notice and accept things as they are right now without judgment. It is a complete and total openness to the facts of reality as they are without throwing a tantrum and growing angry. How do we practice it? We start off by acknowledging the present. The most important part is to be mindful of your situation, paying attention to it in a non-judgmental way. However, this does not mean you should accept abusive or manipulative behavior. It just means accepting the reality whether you like it or not. Like, we've talked about this before, like when you are dealing with something that is making you sad, acknowledge that you are sad. Allow yourself to be sad. Feel your feelings as you are feeling them. Acknowledge them, accept them, because that is what will allow you to heal. My. We're all caught up. Sometimes the best thing to do with a feeling is to surrender to that feeling. Just to allow it to exist, allow it to happen. Because you know that a feeling cannot last forever. A feeling cannot, a candle can't burn forever. So, by surrendering to that feeling, we can allow ourselves to feel it, heal it, move on from it. It gives me a fight response. I feel like I have to be ready to respond fast. This is where breathing comes in handy. We redirect ourselves away from that fight response and just focus on the breath. This will help to relax us. It'll help to lower our heart rate. I just want you to acknowledge that you can change your relationship with your fight-flight response. The current level of sensitivity that you have for your fight-flight response does not need to be the level of sensitivity that you have with it forever. You, as you exist in this moment, you are impermanent. You have changed to get to where you're at, and you can change to get to where you're trying to go. So what can we do to get there? In what direction are we trying to head? If we're trying to navigate, if we're trying to get to that person that we're trying to be, we have to understand where we're coming from. If we know where we're at, and we know where we're trying to go, then we can get there. But if we don't know where we're at, and we only know where we're trying to go, we're just going to get lost. If we know where we're at, but we don't know where we're trying to go, then we're just going to get stuck. You got to know where you're at, and you got to know where you're trying to go. That's how you get there. So what would you like? What would you like to have that feeling be? We understand our feeling as it exists, we validate it, we acknowledge it, but what would we like it to be? I wake up with a really bad feeling in the morning every day. I even tremble. If I can, I keep trying to sleep as much as I can, even without being sleepy. Putting up meditation videos for sleep. After that, I wake up and have a symptom that I start to despair and walk back and forth non-stop. I even sometimes hit myself doing that, or hitting the wall. My mind doesn't stop. I don't quite understand if it's a very strong depression or a very strong anxiety or a sign of something else. This sounds like stress to me. Did you know? I want to talk about cortisol real quick. Because I feel like what you're dealing with is you're dealing with stress. Now, what is causing that stress, that is to be determined, and that's up to you to figure out. If you can figure out what's causing you stress, then you can start to figure out what to do about it. But let me just kind of explain to you what it sounds like is going on here. A little bit of morning stress. The reasons why stress is often higher in the morning is because, and these are some of the symptoms of morning anxiety. A lot of it has to do with your level of cortisol. Cortisol is the stress hormone. It is what enables you, it is what enacts your body's fight response. Your cortisol is at its highest point during the hour after you wake up. This is called the cortisol awakening response. Part of why this happens is because cortisol is part of what motivates you to wake up, to get out of bed, and to go start doing stuff. A little bit of stress to give you that nudge. Like, all right, go get 'em. So this is part of what's going into it. This is part of why it's happening. That increased level of stress is tied to the release of cortisol that you get in the morning. So what do we want to do about this? What do we want our morning to look like? What do you want your morning routine to look like? What I think would be a good idea is figuring out what a healthy morning routine would look like for you. What time do you want to get up? What do you want to do after you get up? Write it down. Schedule it. Start building that structure. Working on building that routine and building that structure is going to be really important in helping to reduce your anxiety, because one of the best things to help reduce anxiety is to have things be more predictable. But right now, things are kind of predictable, but right now you're predicting anxiety, and so your anxiety is manifesting itself. If you expect there to be anxiety, you're going to get anxious. So what does a good morning routine look like for you? What do you want to do after you get up? Do you want to get up, take a shower, go get a cup of coffee, maybe check the news, maybe get dressed, maybe brush your teeth, have some breakfast? What do you want your morning routine to look like? If you want to build a better morning routine and you want to break away from these anxious behaviors, we got to start by figuring out what a good morning routine for us looks like. So take some time to think about it. It sounds like anxiety is the culprit here. How are we feeling, everybody? Are we chilling? I feel like Sunday's a chill day. I think I might eat another one of these snack cakes. I didn't really eat any proper food yet today. Oh, I did have that tuna sandwich. I guess that was real food. Kind of. I'm I'm running on tuna fish and Christmas tree snack cakes. I don't normally get snack cakes, but every Christmas, whenever the Christmas tree shaped ones come out, you better believe I'm getting a pack of the Christmas tree cakes. I don't know what it is, but the Christmas tree cake shape just makes them taste better. It's purely psychological. Christmas. Rainy days and Sundays always get me down. I just love the Carpenters. You know, we were talking about zombies earlier, and I just want to say I am looking forward to playing some more Project Zomboid in the future. But I'm holding off. I'm waiting because there's going to be a big update coming out pretty soon. I'm not sure when, probably in the next, hopefully not too long. The thing about Project Zomboid is that the updates can be very sporadic, very they can take a very long time to come out. But the newest update for Project Zomboid is going to add a lot of cool stuff. It's going to add wild animals. It's going to add some more crafting stuff. Oh my god, Atticus, what is it? What is it, Atticus? Oh my god, the dogs. What are they doing? I've never heard of this game. What kind is it? Oh, okay. You haven't heard of Project Zomboid before? Let me tell you. Project Zomboid is like The Sims, except in a zombie-infested state of Kentucky. Hey, I've got 2 people watching me on YouTube. Hey, YouTube, how's it going? You're probably wondering, why isn't this guy listening to me? Why isn't this guy responding to what I'm saying? And that's because I'm streaming on Twitch, and I'm talking to people in my Twitch chat. I also cross-stream to YouTube, because they save all of my VODs. They save all of my videos. Project Zomboid is it honestly kind of feels like you're playing The Sims Except they're zombies. So we watched. Oh yeah, one time we watched some How It's Made with the sound off, and YouTube got really mad at me, and they said that I can't stream to YouTube for a week. I was kind of bummed out by that. They were like, "Oh no, you can't show that How It's Made footage from the '90s. We need that money for that video." Like, okay, all right, fine, fine. We watched a few minutes of How It's Made with the sound turned off. I didn't even have the audio from the video, and they still are like, "You are getting a strike on your channel, and you cannot stream or upload for 1 week." And I was like, really? Okay, not even a warning? All right. Yeah, that's part of why I don't watch YouTube videos when I stream, is because I stream to YouTube, and YouTube hates it when you watch YouTube videos and stream on YouTube. They're like, you're stealing somebody else's pennies. I'm like, really? I'm not making... You think I'm making money from my YouTube stream? You think I'm making money from my YouTube channel? That's kind of funny. But anyway. Project Zomboid's really fun. It's kind of hardcore. It's pretty challenging, but it's really fun. You know, the city, or like the landscape that you're in, is massive. The map for that game is massive. And it's like, if you want to get around, you gotta, you know, find a car that works. And then you gotta, you know, oh no, there's cars in the way. You better find a cutting torch and some propane. Better find your welder's mask. Start cutting those cars apart. Do you think the connection with the therapist is really important? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Is it gonna make or break therapy? Not necessarily. Having a good connection with a therapist can really take it to a whole other level, though. Like, the best therapy that you'll ever have is probably from a therapist that you have a good connection with. Or at least a good mutual understanding. You know? I had a psychologist who we had a close connection with, like affection. Oh. See, that's a line that sometimes you're just not allowed to cross. Sometimes that's a line that if you cross, they take your license away. They say, They say, no. They say, that's not good. The last ones I went to were much colder, and it's like, let's do what we should do, and bye. With her, I kissed and hugged. I know it has nothing to do with competence, but how close do you think the patient-therapist relationship is healthy? And how cold is okay, too? What I think is that you should operate in a way that is ethical, You shouldn't be sending any mixed messages or any of the wrong signals to your client. You know, like this isn't a person that you're actually in love with. This isn't a person, like you don't want them to get the wrong message. You don't want to do them harm, which is why a lot of them just kind of keep their distance, is because they don't want to cross that boundary. So what I would say is the best therapists are the ones that cater this approach based on the needs of the client. As a therapist, it is okay to give your client a hug if the client says that it is okay. You shouldn't just be giving them non-consensual hugs or touching them without consent. That's an ethical violation. So what I would say is the best therapists will cater their approach based on how to better serve you. You know, some people like it when the therapist is kind of detached. Some people like it when there's a little bit more of a boundary there. Some people really prefer that. Some people prefer it when we can sit down and, you know, talk as peers and we can be more friendly and chatty and, you know, maybe we give each other a hug when we're done and we say, you know, thanks for coming in. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you're here. You know what I mean? It depends. It depends on the client. And that's what it's all about. And that's what therapists need to keep in mind is how can I best serve the client that I'm working with? And sometimes that means mixing it up. Sometimes that means adopting a different approach. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to therapy, and the best therapists know that. So yeah, when I did therapy, there were some people where it was just like, you know, kind of cold, kind of detached, very just like, we're just here to do business. And then I had other therapists where it's like, we were much more able to talk about like, you know, we were able to like be a little bit more informal, you know, we can be a bit more relaxed, a little bit more casual. And that was what was better for them. So that's what you want to take into consideration. What if you like and connect with your therapist, but the method is hard or feels weird for the client? Something that I really want people to know, because I feel like not enough people know this before going into therapy, is that you as the client can talk to the therapist about what would best serve you as their client. You can let them know what type of approach you prefer. You can let them know what you're comfortable with. Like, you can talk to the therapist about how they do therapy. That's an important conversation to have. Let's say you go into a therapist's office and you ask him this question. What is your approach to therapy? And they don't want to answer that question, or they say like, oh no, we don't need to talk about me. Let's talk about you. You know, a therapist should be able to answer that question for you. They should be able to talk about their approach to therapy. They don't need to take more than just a minute, you know, to explain it, but it really helps to just form that connection and form that working relationship. Like, if I'm going to let you just root around in my brain, I need to know that you have good methods and good intentions, and that you care about the outcomes. So yeah, talk to your therapist about the therapy that they're doing with you. Talk about their approach. It's okay to do. In fact, I would encourage it. Come to a better mutual understanding. That way you at least know what to expect. What are your tips and guidelines for people who have problems with dates like Christmas and New Year's Eve? Usually there are times where when psychologists are on vacation and so on. Friends too. If you want to see all my tips, what I would recommend is going onto the Discord, because I actually have a few holiday survival guides. They're posted in the Discord. They're in the Show Talk channel, actually. Here in the Discord, we got the Show Talk channel. And then I have to scroll up a little bit, but they're in here. We got good tips, good way to... But anyway, that's just an extra resource. Anyway, what I would say is if you have a difficult date, you know, like Christmas is associated with bad memories. Part of what's really important is acknowledging that, recognizing it, but then also taking steps to make it better, taking steps to make it meaningful. It doesn't always need to be a terrible day. We can find new ways to cultivate joy. We can start new traditions. We can end old traditions. We can find a way that works for us better. We can change our relationship with that date. And so that's what I would encourage, is to not view it as just something that is set in stone, not viewing it as something that is written into law. This is something that can change. And I can change it by being an active part of that change. Did you miss Mommy Issues presentation? I didn't do Mommy Issues presentation yet. I said next time, but I decided I needed to hold off on it for a minute. Because I want to do that presentation without just reiterating a bunch of the same information I brought up in the other one. Because a lot of the issues I talked about in the like daddy issues presentation, you know, we got into some specific stuff about like a father figure or a paternal influence. And I want to do another presentation where we talk about the differences, you know, what about when it's the mother that is your, or what is it, you know, when you're dealing with issues and it's from the maternal side. So it's just something that I'm putting more thought and work into. The daddy issues one was pretty straightforward. But it's coming, don't worry. It's coming. It'll be here probably before Christmas. We'll probably get into it before Christmas. I'll let you know. We'll do it though. Because there is some nuance and there are some, you know, differences between those types of issues. Like sometimes issues with a maternal figure might not even be like I'm abandoned or I'm not talked to. Sometimes it's like codependency. Sometimes it's, you know, overbearingness. It's like there can sometimes be some different components, some different aspects. And so I'm still putting it together. I'm still figuring it all out. So don't worry though, it'll be here soon-ish. I guess I tried it for a while. She was upfront and didn't hide anything. I don't really want to tell her that I'm not sure it's working for me because I don't want to see someone else, LOL. If the therapy that you are receiving with your current therapist is not working, let them know. They might not have to refer you to someone else. They might just need to switch up their approach a little bit. But the only way that they can know that it's not working is if you let them know. Because maybe it is working, but you aren't aware of it yet, because that's also a factor to consider. It's like sometimes we just aren't aware of the changes that we have made until someone actually helps us to recognize them. So, anywho. Alrighty, party people. Any last thoughts? Any last questions? Because I think I'm cooked for the week. I'm looking forward to my day off tomorrow. Any last thoughts? Any last questions? Any exciting plans for what you're going to do for the rest of today? Oh, we do have another question in. Okay, I'll take this. We got another question in the box, so I'll take that one before we go. Any last minute subscribers? Any last minute gifters? We've got many beautiful people in here that aren't subscribed, and they need your help. They need your help. You could make somebody's day. You could make somebody's month. All right, let's take this. This will be the last question of the day. Growing up, I was always the fat kid, and I haven't had an insecurity with my stomach most of my life. I recently lost a lot of weight by using Ozempic and eating healthy, which has been amazing for losing weight, but I unfortunately have loose skin and stretch marks on my stomach. My motivation to lose weight was to feel better about myself, but I feel like I have traded one insecurity for another. Hey, whoa, Dandy Boy, thanks for gifting that sub. One of my friends lost 100 pounds and got this loose skin removal surgery. You know, that is an option if that's something that you're able to afford. That is an option. Oh look, Just As In. Thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. I don't know who ended up getting it. It didn't tell me. That set us off on a hype train, by the way. Look at what you've done. We're gonna do a quiet hype train because we're I will keep streaming until the hype train ends, so feel free to keep that. And Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All right. Favorite customer dodges the gifted subs yet again. I don't know how you manage it. I don't know. It's kind of impressive. There's just some people that will just dodge gifted subs like you've never seen. Anonymous, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. Just As In, thank you for that gifted sub. And again, Whoa Danny Boy, thank you for that sub. Hey, Whoa Danny Boy, thank you for that gifted sub to favorite customer. Hey, look at that. Thank you. We're gonna multitask. I'm gonna get back to this question while we're on the hype train. Let's go, Anonymous. Anonymous is one of my favorite philosophers. They had so many great quotes. Maybe it's pronounced Anonymous. I remember I had this book. It was like a student planner in school. And this was before I knew what the word anonymous meant. And it had a bunch of quotes. Like there was a quote like on every page, and a lot of them were attributed to Anonymous. And for a while I was like, and then I ended up asking, I was like, who was Anonymous? They've got so many good quotes. Who is this person? And then they were like, oh, actually Anonymous means we have no idea who it is. And I was like, oh, okay. But for a minute there, I thought that there was some person named Anonymous who's just like one of the most brilliant people you've ever met. And they've just had so many prolific quotes. I was just like, wow, how have I never heard of them before? Level 3 hype train, let's go. Alright, let's take a look at this question. I'm gonna start it from the top. Growing up, I was always the fat kid and I've had an insecurity with my stomach most of my life. I recently lost a lot of weight by using Ozempic and eating healthy, which has been amazing for losing weight, but I unfortunately have loose skin and stretch marks on my stomach. My motivation to lose weight was to feel better about myself, but I feel like I have traded one insecurity for another. Ah, see, now I think you're realizing something really important, is that insecurity exists up here. This is why people who are ridiculously muscular, ridiculously strong, they keep lifting, they keep going to the gym, they keep getting bigger because they don't perceive themselves as big and strong. They want to be bigger and stronger because they actually are having issues with their own body. And this is something that a lot of people manifest in a lot of different ways. Insecurity can be found in anything. It lives up here. I'm incredibly uncomfortable with taking my shirt off now in front of men, and I feel very unattractive when I see myself in the mirror. I would like to get surgery to remove it all, but I cannot afford it at the moment. Putting it bluntly, I feel like I ruined my body, and I feel like I will never be happy with the way I look. I just want to say this, and I don't mean this to be like blunt or anything, but you're putting things bluntly, so I'm gonna put things bluntly too. With that attitude, you won't. Because right now, what matters is you did the work, you lost the weight, and anybody who would make you feel bad or anybody who would make you, feel insecure about having loose skin, it's like, that's not a person whose opinion you want to take seriously. That's not somebody who should be able to criticize you. Because you lost the weight because you wanted to lose the weight. So isn't that more important? Isn't that what's really important? You wanted to lose the weight and you lost the weight. Things will get better in time. Things will get better in time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but can't a lot of issues with loose skin mend on their own over time? Like sometimes surgery is necessary when it's really severe, right? Can anybody know better than me? Can somebody correct me if I'm wrong? But I was under the understanding that sometimes issues with loose skin tend to get better on their own just over time. But not in all cases. In some cases, it's unless it's, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? In some cases, it's surgically necessary. Am I wrong? Am I spreading misinformation? Give it at least a year. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, sometimes loose skin can mend itself on its own. Sometimes it can find, Anyway. I feel like I ruined my body, and I feel like I will never be happy with the way that I look. We need to be kinder to ourselves. We need to be more fair to ourselves. We are in the process of obtaining a body that we can really appreciate, and losing the weight was a part of that. And now dealing with the loose skin as a result of losing that weight is just another part of that process. You are still in the process of finding that body that you are happy with. And it's okay to be in that process because this is what was going to happen. And you're on your way there. You gotta think, think about how many health issues you have averted. Think about how many good things that you have brought about by getting down to a healthier weight. I want to pursue relationships, but I feel like I cannot love myself, so how can I expect someone else to do that for me?
That's a good point. We really do have to love ourselves if we were going to allow anybody else to love us.
But maybe being in a relationship could help you be more comfortable with it, just by seeing that other people aren't uncomfortable with it, just by seeing that other people are okay with it. You're a work in progress, all right? You're a work in progress, and you're trying to get to where you're trying to get. But I think that now is a great time to start working more on appreciating yourself. Now is a great time to start practicing showing yourself compassion and showing yourself more love. Because if we don't do that now, then what is it going to be whenever we finally do have the body that we're waiting for? If all you're used to doing is hating yourself, having the body that you want isn't going to change that. You're still going to just find something new to hate about yourself. And so now is a perfect time to practice showing yourself love and compassion. You're on the journey, you're on the path, and you should appreciate that you are doing the work that you need to do to get there. You don't need to punish yourself for trying to make yourself feel better about yourself. You may never be perfectly happy with the way that you look, but you can be happier with the way that you look. So remember that. You're on the path. You're making steps in that direction. You're making progress. Just show yourself some grace and some compassion along the way, okay? Because that's what really matters. I've just seen it happen too many times where people have a negative view of themselves. Maybe they really hate themselves because of their current physical state. And then they end up getting to where they're trying to go, but they still hate themselves. It's not like you're just going to wake up one day and be like, oh, I'm in my ideal body. I love myself now. No, you've spent far too much time practicing hating yourself to just switch over to loving yourself. It doesn't really work that way. Love yourself enough to keep doing what you need to do to get to where you're trying to go. So some reframing on some of those beliefs might be helpful. Instead of believing I will never be happy with the way that I look, reframe that. I am learning how to be happier with the way that I look. It's a small, subtle change to that existing belief, but it's a really meaningful one, and it helps to take you in the right direction. Aw, yeah. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. I'll be back on Tuesday. You like this channel? Thanks, we like you too. that's going to be it for me today, and tomorrow's my day off, so we'll be back again on Tuesday. So until then, check us out in the Discord. Come hang out. We'll be back. Have a great rest of your night. Take good care of yourselves. And I'll see y'all next time. So until then, bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What time Tuesday? 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I normally start streaming at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time every day. I mean, every day but Monday. I'm gonna raid my friend Jaina. Go say hi to Jaina for me. Jaina is also a brain domainer, also a streamer. Have a great night, everybody. See you next time. Bye bye.